Foreword, dedication, and content warning. Imagine a 9/11 level tragedy happening every single day for an entire year. Plot twist: you don't have to because we've already lived through it. Disclaimer: I have to caveat these numbers by defining a quote-unquote 9/11 level tragedy as any event involving mass death. Also, these are US-centric numbers relevant to a US-centric story, so my apologies to any international listeners. During the September 11th, 2001 terrorist attacks, nearly 3,000 people died. The COVID death toll at its peak, the year of 2021, was an average of about 1,260 people per day. Assholes will nitpick the statistical difference between 1,200 and 3,000. Please, don't be an asshole. End of disclaimer. At the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, as of this writing the week of January 9th, 2021, nearly 26,000 deaths were recorded. For perspective, that was a 9/11 every day of the week, with an additional roughly 700 deaths a day thrown in for good measure. As of this writing, there have been well over 1 million recorded COVID-19 deaths in the United States. Putting aside the gross undercount and applying that ever-helpful, world-changing terrorism perspective, that is over 366 9/11s spread across roughly 4 years. A single 9/11 level event happened in 2001, and the United States was forever changed. After March 2020, the United States has been stuck in a 9/11 level event Groundhog Day fever dream, and almost nobody gives a fucking shit. Because public health isn't profitable. Full stop. End of story. So, speaking of stories, this one is about figuring out how to live in this frightening, soulless new world. It's about finding ways to soothe the anxieties that plague us. And I think, above all, it's about acknowledging that the pandemic was, and still is, as of this writing, very real, and our recorded numbers are but a shadow of the devastating impact COVID-19 has had on humanity. In the spirit of transparency, you should know that I leave absolutely no mystery about my progressive, anti-capitalist, pro-public health politics. Along those same lines, I am compelled to provide this explicit content warning. This is a story about surviving COVID-19 in the extremely virus-friendly Florida. It is a story about trauma, the long-term effects of COVID, long COVID, disabilities, and hope. Both finding hope and having absolutely every last shred of it ripped away from you. A lot of research went into this book, and I want to thank the communities in the Reddit forums of our Zero COVID community, our COVID long haulers, and our COVID-19 positive. My goal was to tell a story authentic to the experiences of the millions and millions of people who were sidelined, dismissed, ignored, and forgotten by a government and a society that cares only about incremental profit growth for shareholders. You should know that the following story contains subject matter dealing with trauma and the severe impact of COVID-19, including disability, death, and suicide. Content warnings aside, this story is dedicated to my fellow maskers, vaxxers, anti-normal crusaders, and long haulers. In short, this story is for Team Novid, including honorary members who were late to the group or who truly did everything to avoid COVID but still succumbed. I see you. I stand with you. Finally, this story is dedicated to my friend Matthew Horowitz. Somehow, some way, life goes on. Sometimes. Jordan Crumbine, Kissimmee, Florida, April 2024. Chapter 1. Coffee Toffee Crunch. Early mornings were almost always the best. Nighttime was great too, though. A good night's sleep was kind of like the body's way of giving the etch-a-sketch of life a vigorous shake, clearing away all the lines, distractions, and unfinished business of the day before. Waking up in the morning was like stepping out onto a fresh slate of unblemished opportunity, recharged and ready for unspoken, unimagined possibility and creativity. Nighttime was great, but there was something special about early mornings, certainly in Florida, before the sun had a chance to begin warming the swamps, lifting the humidity, and turning the outdoors into God's perfect sauna. Mornings were a welcome, if not addicting, break from Florida's otherwise steamy status quo. Today, as the state's brief winter season waned, the chill in the pre-dawn air was only slightly nippier than it would be in another day or two at the same hour, and dramatically cooler than it would be in just a few hours. It was cold enough to clearly see the steam rising from Gordon's coffee mug, a simple, ceramic white affair with a black interior, the exterior adorned only by a quote from William Shakespeare, spelled out in a serif typeface. The steam from his coffee twisted and curled, and when Gordon let out a particularly deep sigh, he could just see the fog of his own breath. The cold pricked his cheeks as his clever William Shakespeare mug warmed his fingers. Gordon smiled something small and reflexive. It couldn't be helped. Despite everything else happening, a worldwide pandemic, collapsing healthcare, violent social inequalities, The boring coffee inside the clever William Shakespeare mug, and really, really bad movies. Despite all of that, Gordon was a sucker for simple pleasures. Simple pleasures like a hot cup of coffee on a cold morning. Gordon wrapped both hands around the mug and lifted it to his nose. He wasn't interested in drinking just yet. There would be time enough for that. But he did want to smell the brew. And even if this flavor of coffee wasn't the particular aroma he preferred, the ritualistic act brought Gordon a small sense of comfort. French vanilla. The most mundane, uninspired, and mainstream coffee flavors ever concocted. Typically, Gordon's motto was that life was far too short to waste on boring coffee. He kept his kitchen well stocked with coffee pods bursting with flavor, from bananas Foster to peanut butter and jelly. Every cup was its own little adventure. Today, however, Gordon's stomach was sour. And as much as he needed a good cup of coffee as he sat and waited for the sun to peek through the winter-thinned tree line, his delicate constitution had pushed him to the French vanilla. It was the mildest of his available flavors, brewed on the mildest of settings. Still, Gordon hesitated to bring the William Shakespeare mug to his lips. Next to Gordon's slippered feet, sprawled sideways on a large heating pad, was an old wiener dog, flecks of white salting the dog's black and tan markings. The dog shifted, ensuring the absolute largest amount of his physical surface area was pressed into the heating pad. He let out a wheezing sigh. Gordon nodded slowly, letting out a small sigh of his own. "Yeah, I know, buddy." He reached down and gave the dog a small scratch behind one floppy ear. "But just think, that heating pad wouldn't feel half as good if it wasn't for the cold, you know?" The dachshund, known in polite circles as Mr. Fantastic, grumbled something in caninese before closing his eyes and turning to warm the other side of his body. Gordon dropped his head in a conciliatory nod. "All right then. No one ever said we had to like the same things." Again, with the reflexive instinct, Gordon lifted the William Shakespeare mug. It had been a gift from Jasmine when he landed his Holy Grail online writing gig after a protracted interview process that had lasted 3 months, leaving Gordon's delicate constitution in a state of violent upheaval, with an extra heaping of debilitating imposter syndrome tossed in just for fun. The lettering on the mug had flaked over the years, but the quote was still legible. "I would challenge you to a battle of wits, but I see you are unarmed." The coffee still smelled boring. Gordon reluctantly peeled the fingers of one hand off the coffee mug. He rested, that testament to his writing, and interview skills probably, on the arm of the patio chair while he pulled his green and black striped robe tight over his t-shirt and flannel pajama pants. I don't know, buddy," Gordon said, his voice low so as not to disturb Mr. Fantastic. Maybe it is just a little bit too cold. But then again, the best part about being cold is getting to warm up again, you know?" Mr. Fantastic rolled over to work on toasting the other side. Yeah, he knew. He always did. Still, the aroma of French vanilla was a persistent reminder. As much as Gordon enjoyed the chill in the air and the view of dawn peeking through the wiry trees that stubbornly clung to leaves, because in Florida seasons rarely work the way they're supposed to, and mornings in general, and his William Shakespeare mug in particular, Gordon was reminded that this particular morning was nothing like regular mornings. And it wasn't because his stomach was sour or because the coffee was bland. Another rule of life: boring coffee was still better than no coffee at all. Gordon was used to things upsetting his otherwise delicate constitution. He had a sensitivity to wheat. Alcohol tended to make the soles of his feet itchy. He was lactose intolerant. Because, best as Gordon could figure it, that was just how life went. Ice cream, mint chocolate chip, the green kind, thank you very much, was pretty much the one thing Gordon loved more than anything else in the world. Well, aside from Jasmine and Mr. Fantastic. And sometimes it's the thing that you love the most that ends up making you shit your pants. Because, well, that's fucking life. And this cold Florida winter morning was the morning that Gordon's entire fucking life would shit its proverbial pants. Chapter 2: Salted Maple Desire. With his fingers wrapped tightly around the warm mug, Gordon took a sip of his very boring French vanilla coffee. And maybe it was that hint of vanilla buried under the boring blandness. Or maybe it was that delightful prick of cold against his cheeks. But Gordon found himself filled with a familiar craving. He really wanted an ice cream. Come to think of it, it was probably the meditation about lactose intolerance and shitting your pants that ultimately inspired the craving. Yes, Gordon Wegner really wanted an ice cream. He could feel his taste buds tingle as he thought of his favorite flavor, mint chocolate chip, the green kind, except no substitutes, and he could just about taste the creamy mint while his molars crunched on a perfect fleck of chocolate chip. Yes, it was still early. The morning sun was only starting to reflect across the still, peaceful waters of Gordon's backyard pond. It was a small body of water that stretched some 300 feet, separating his backyard from the dense nature preserve beyond. Despite being inside a planned, gated community, Gordon's backyard felt like another world altogether. He loved it. So did Jasmine. It was their little slice of perfect, for them, paradise. And it had played a significant part in how they were able to mentally survive a PWIF. A PWIF, for the uninitiated, is a pandemic while in Florida. Where surviving a pandemic is a challenge in and of itself, a PWIF exacerbates the situation for progressive, liberal, and sane-minded individuals trapped in the state of Florida where governments, businesses, and individuals prioritize mass infection and death over everything else. So, yes, it was early to be thinking about ice cream, but like Gordon's rule about life being too short to waste on boring coffee, another rule, albeit unwritten, was that there was never a bad time for ice cream. Except, perhaps, any time he didn't have his dairy pills. And even then, he'd probably risk it for a lick or two. Gordon Wegner really liked ice cream. And the more he thought about it, the more he felt those cravings tingle at the back of his jaw, the more Gordon was convinced that today was a day that absolutely demanded ice cream. And was there any better way to start a day than with plans, the anticipation for the one thing that had the mystical, Zen-like power to make everything better? If not for his dairy pills, a simple enzyme that helped his body digest lactose, ice cream would literally poison Gordon. That was how powerful a sway the creamy concoction had over Gordon. And today would definitely be a day that required the cool, soothing balm of a hearty serving of mint chocolate chip. Especially once those swamps started warming up. Even Jasmine would appreciate the treat after the night she had. Mr. Fantastic stretched, muttering something in Dachshund, and rolled again to warm up the other side. Gordon nodded, easing his head up and down as he watched the sun begin to paint the stubborn trees with golden hues. "Yep," he said, his voice low and gentle. "Ice cream would be perfect. Maybe even a little cup of cream for you too, buddy." Gordon was referring to a small cup of whipped cream he could treat Mr. Fantastic with, so his canine partner could participate in the ritual. Yes, it would be perfect. If only Gordon had any ice cream in the house. Which he didn't. Because that was the problem with having such a fundamental, persistent desire for a simple treat that allowed him the privilege of touching nirvana. Gordon exhibited a grand total of 0 self-control. If the house was stocked with any kind of ice cream at all, despite his lactose intolerance, the house wouldn't be stocked, Not for very long, at least. Yep, Gordon said again to no one in particular. Ice cream is definitely my kryptonite. But that's okay, right, buddy? We all deserve one thing that makes us happy, no matter what, right? Mr. Fantastic lifted his eyebrows, chuffed, and then went back to sleep. Gordon pulled his mug of coffee to his chest as warm thoughts pulled at the corners of his mouth. I suppose I could put an order in, but we don't really need anything else, and might be an awful waste of a delivery, you know? Mr. Fantastic had no opinion on the matter. Gordon nodded again. That tingling sensation in his jaws, that undeniable craving for mint chocolate chip, seemed to be working its way down to his legs, making him feel restless. Yeah, might be a good day, to get out then. There was a pharmacy just outside Gordon's neighborhood, but with the pandemic, and the ease of getting food and other essentials delivered right to their door, neither Gordon nor Jasmine had properly been out of the neighborhood in a long while, not even to the corner pharmacy. They didn't need to. Of course, Gordon and Jasmine didn't have ice cream either. He nodded once more, his mind made up. Not even a deadly pandemic would come between Gordon and a scoop of mint chocolate chip. Chapter 3 Rocky Road. After getting Mr. Fantastic situated in his heated bed in the living room, the pup had strategic warm spots in every room, Gordon moved silently through the house, patting down the long shotgun entry hallway in his slippered feet. He didn't bother to change out of his robe and pajama pants, since that would involve a trip into the master bedroom, where he would risk disturbing Jasmine. Instead, he grabbed his wallet from the bowl on the counter, collected car keys from the hook in the hall, and plucked his trusty, heavy-duty N95 mask from an adjoining hook. As he slipped quietly into the garage, Gordon reassured himself that he would be gone for only 5 minutes, and the trip inside the high-risk, recirculated air of the pharmacy would take even less time. It was a neighborhood store, and early in the morning, so even if there was anyone else in the store, other than the clerk behind the register, Gordon was sure no one would mind his robe and pajamas. This was Florida, after all, and mild-mannered, ice-cream-hunting, robe-wearing Gordon Wegner had little on the incredibly ripped, 6.5-foot-tall, dreadlocked white dude who performed an intense, if not wholly made up, martial arts demonstration in the middle of the intersection outside the pharmacy while wearing nothing but a pair of too small red underpants. Technically, the man was doing nothing wrong. Plus, he always cleared the intersection before the light turned green. But Gordon always suspected that if the police bothered to help the guy, they would probably find he was hopped up on meth, bath salts, opioids, or all of the above. This was Florida, after all. Inside the garage was Gordon and Jasmine's car. It was a black two-door hatchback that was nearly old enough to start drinking, which also meant it came from a time when compact cars were actually compact. It was Jasmine's car before they got married, and as they settled into their little slice of perfect, Gordon was only too happy to give up his own rust bucket clunker. Even before the pandemic, it wasn't like they ventured out very often, so Jasmine's car more than sufficed. And despite its age, neither Gordon nor Jasmine had ever felt the compulsion to replace it with a newer model. The little hatchback did precisely what they needed it to do, with few, if any, complaints. And instead of feeling an irrational sway of desire, fear of missing out, or keeping up with the Joneses whenever they saw a splashy car commercial or colorful modern automobiles on their daily walk through the neighborhood, both Gordon and Jasmine were merely reminded of that most cherished, elusive emotion of all. Being so completely content with what they already had that every advertisement and marketing effort rolled off them like water off a duck's back, bullets off Godzilla, or the Democrat Party's attempt to swing Florida out of the red while Republicans were actively introducing legislation to ban the Blue Party from the state. This actually happened. Gordon and Jasmine had no desire to replace the little hatch because it represented their quiet rebellion against an incessant onslaught of the damn the consequences, burn everything to the ground capitalism that always sacrificed people for profit. The pandemic had only been the latest reminder. Gordon slipped inside the hatchback. As he reached for the garage door opener, he hesitated, thinking of the racket the garage door would make. Jasmine had only gone to bed a few hours earlier after overseeing a complex late-night launch of a series of critical dining pages on the redacted website. Despite her high-level position at redacted, supervising a large swath of the web development and production team, Jasmine couldn't avoid the awkward hours of necessary late-night site launches. Heavy was the head, as the saying went. Jasmine enjoyed the work that allowed her to stay happily bubbled with Gordon and Mr. Fantastic, and was proud of her career advancement. Gordon was happy to support her, accommodating the occasional, if not utterly absurd, wild swings of work hours. These days, it wasn't often that Gordon experienced strong, negative emotions, but he still loathed the idea of disturbing Jasmine's much-needed rest. She worked so hard, and she had so little energy these days. Still, the pharmacy and the mint chocolate chip ice cream called out to him. If she were awake, Jasmine would insist he go and not worry about bothering her. Plus, he was excited to surprise her with a treat. With his left hand hovering over the garage door clicker, his right hand inserted the car key. he would open the garage door right after the car started, letting the noises blend into each other while minimizing the total time of the auditory disturbance, protecting Jasmine's slumber as best he could. Yes, that would do just fine. Satisfied with his compromise, and his taste buds once again tingling with phantom minty flavor, Gordon twisted the key in the ignition, ready to embark on his mini adventure to the corner store. The transmission clicked. Lights blinked, wavered, and then dimmed. Gordon frowned. The little hatch's battery was dead. It really had been a long time since they had left the house. Gordon let his hand drop from the garage door clicker as he let out a soft, frustrated sigh. At least he didn't open the garage door first. That was good. Chapter 4 Neapolitan. There was no denying it. Much like the French vanilla coffee, life was chock full of disappointments. And if one were prone to focus entirely on those disappointments, it was easy to understand why so many people preferred to face the world with a dour outlook. Because life, on the whole, could be very unpleasant. And disappointment was everywhere. Like how Gordon was currently struggling to divine some kind of critical premise, any premise would do, to write a comparative review of the 2 films he and Jasmine had watched a few nights earlier. The first movie had been yet another generic copy-and-paste superhero origin story, while the other was an obscure independent picture that, ironically, told the exact same hero's journey tale as the over-budget monstrosity, but with compelling originality and a shocking amount of emotional depth. 2 essential filmmaking elements that Gordon was disappointed to see absent in most modern tentpole blockbuster productions. And while the comparative analysis between 2 films that couldn't be more different might not have been evident at first blush, it was this exact, if not innovative, approach to film critique that fueled Gordon's media reviews for the redacted website and the very concept that had landed him his holy grail writing gig in the first place. Gordon loved writing these comparative reviews. Just the same, watching awful movies and being intimately aware of why a movie was so awful, and then having to start writing under the overbearing white glare of a blank screen never ceased to be frustrating. And, of course, disappointing. Elsewhere, the disappointments were slightly more profound. Like the vast racial and social inequalities that had been colored in bright relief by the pandemic. Fuck you very much, first responders, essential workers, the immunocompromised, and any one individual interested in protecting their own health from a highly contagious and deadly airborne virus. When communities attempted to implement public health measures, people were disappointed by the hypothetical encroachment on their freedoms. Others were disappointed when the measures didn't go far enough. And when the measures were abandoned, for want of adherence by any reasonable majority, those who relied on what little safety net the measures provided were equally disappointed. And the people who demanded the repeal in the first place? Still, they were disappointed to have lived in what they foolishly perceived as a police state, if even for 5 minutes. And they never let you forget about it. In other words, the lack of a fundamental empathy for fellow humans felt unavoidable and tragically disappointing. Getting stuck at a red light, overdrawing your bank account, an online order not arriving when it was scheduled, a date canceling due to unforeseen circumstances, a son forgetting to call his mother on her birthday, or even trying to run to the store for ice cream only to be thwarted by a dead car battery. Yes, life was indeed full of disappointments. But those same disappointments also motivated Gordon to persist in his early morning quest for ice cream. Because in a life so full of disappointment, unfairness, and outright pain and suffering, well, it sure felt like ice cream was more essential than ever. For Gordon, little else in this world represented such a zen-like escape from life's disappointments. A single spoonful of icy, minty delight was enough to transport him into an endless moment of existential mindfulness. And in that singular moment, as creamy perfection melted on his tongue and flavor soaked into his taste buds, rolling all the way to the back of his mouth, the disappointments of life, and everything else for that matter, disappointing or not, also melted away. In that perfect, infinite moment, Gordon didn't just taste mint chocolate chip ice cream. He tasted peacefulness, a quieting of all other senses, overactive mental gymnastics, and unchecked anxieties. He tasted time itself, because it was a moment he wanted to live in forever. In that moment, nothing mattered. In that moment, there was no justice or injustice, no virus or vaccine, no life, no death. Just ice cream. Perfect. Creamy. Minty. Gordon froze mid-step on the sidewalk. A flurry of motion at the base of an elm tree had caught his eye. After abandoning the not-so-trusty hatchback in the garage, Gordon had returned the useless car keys to their hook, grabbed his phone off its charger. "Admiral, there be squirrels here!" and started out the front door. The pharmacy was less than 2 miles away, and it would be a lovely walk through the neighborhood. Mr. Fantastic had perked up, racing for the door in the promise of a walk, bursting with an energy that belied the dachshund's long years. Gordon had crouched in his green and black robe, patting the pup on the head. "Oh, I know, buddy," Gordon said to his aged four-legged friend. "Not right now, though. I gotta go to the store, and it's a bit too long of a walk for you. But I'll take you out when I get back, I promise. Plus, it'll be warmer then, so you'll enjoy it more. Okay, buddy?" Gordon scratched Mr. Fantastic behind his floppy ear before slipping out the door. A few minutes into his walk, after he rounded the corner onto the main neighborhood artery that ran alongside a wide, tree-dotted green space that served the community as an unofficial dog park, Gordon came to an abrupt, statuesque halt. He carefully pivoted on his heels, turning to an elm tree where a flurry of brown and tan motion had caught his eye. If there had been anyone around to look at Gordon, having seen him stop so suddenly and then turn so awkwardly, he would have looked like a badly programmed android that just received new navigational instructions. With measured, glacial-like patience, Gordon's hand reached for the phone in his robe pocket while he watched two squirrels chase each other around the base of the tree. They ran and bounced off bark, one scampering 6 feet up the trunk before leaping into the air and grabbing a nearby branch. The other squirrel was right on the first one's heels. A quick scurry through the branches brought the bundles of explosive energy back to the trunk, where they continued chasing each other, corkscrewing their way back to the ground. All the while, Gordon inched toward the tree with that same glacial ponderance. A random, wayward glance at the slippered man would almost look like he was standing still. But no. Gordon had his sights set and target locked. He thumbed open his camera app. He knew he was still too far away to get a decent shot. Still, the hair standing on the back of his neck suggested that today, could it really be today of all days, might be the day that the universe would bless Gordon with his photographic white whale. Chapter 5 Pistachio. After a year of pandemic-inspired neighborhood walks, Gordon and Jasmine had grown obsessed with their squirrely neighbors. Months ago, on the far side of the community, a pair of large, old elms were removed because, in hurricane-prone Florida, they stood too close to the fragile roofs of the local human encampments. On their daily walk, after the trees had been cut down, Gordon and Jasmine saw a family of squirrels darting around what was left of the stumps, lost and confused over the total destruction of their formerly impervious home. As they watched the tiny creatures grow increasingly flustered by this incomprehensible tragedy, both Gordon and Jasmine had been overwhelmed with a profound sadness, wiping away tears as they hurried past the absent trees and the lost squirrels. Putting aside the destructive environmental impact of human existence, How was it that every other citizen of Earth knew how to instinctively live in harmonic balance with nature? How were human beings so singularly and fundamentally flawed? Gordon and Jasmine's fascination with the neighborhood squirrels added a kind of creative exercise to their daily walks. A never-ending attempt to capture a quality photo of the bushy-tailed critters using nothing but a smartphone. The fixed, wide angle of his camera lens eliminated the simplicity of using a super zoom to reach out over a vast distance. The inherent nervous energy of the squirrels made getting close to them an exercise of glacial level patience. And yet, Gordon and Jasmine found themselves chasing after the little buggers as they performed feats of acrobatic insanity, scaling vertical walls, flying through the air, and leaping from rooftops. While they would occasionally snap one or two interesting shots, neither Gordon nor Jasmine ever truly nailed the proverbial white whale photograph. They were always too far away, or too slow on the shutter, or the squirrel was too blurred with explosive kinetic energy. And that was precisely what made the challenge so enjoyable. Trying to photograph squirrels with a smartphone seemed so simple and attainable, so obvious and overdone. To capture a truly good photo, to nail that white whale shot, had proven to be near impossible. But the attempt, the trying, the friendly, loving, competitive spirit Gordon and Jasmine shared, each working to out-photograph the other in their quixotic quest of squirrely proportions. Put another way, while ice cream was Gordon's be-all, end-all perfect Zen moment, nailing that ultimate squirrel photo, especially alongside Jasmine, was a close runner-up. Gordon inched closer to the tree, his thumb hovering over the shutter button on his phone. In quick succession, he thought if he could drop to his knees, a low-angle shot might add the necessary drama to elevate the photo into the white whale category. But the movement would likely prove too distracting for the squirrels, and he'd be better off with whatever he could capture from his current angle. And then, oh jeez, it was too bad Jasmine wasn't there, because she would absolutely love how the two squirrels were completely lost in themselves, chasing each other up and down and around the tree. Were they mated? Were they in love? Or was Gordon ascribing his own human emotions to creatures who knew nothing of such things? He took another cautious step as they chased each other onto a low branch, still oblivious to the awkward, bathrobe-wearing biped a mere 6 feet away from the tree. With a boldness that surprised even himself, Gordon took 2 significant steps forward, angling his phone to frame the squirrels against the blue sky. This was it. His thumb pulled at the shutter button, engaging the camera's burst mode. He stretched his arm out, closing what little distance he could, but the squirrels had already seen him, reacted, and exploded in a flurry of blurred movement. They shot up the trunk of the elm tree and into oblivion. The moment was gone. After a cursory glance through his camera roll, the photos were far from his white whale shot. As close as he had gotten to the tree, Gordon was still too far away. Cropping the image would have lost all resolution and clarity. The squirrels were blurry, and with his eyes fixed on the squirrels, Gordon had unintentionally let the camera slip too far down, and what he had managed to capture of the frenzied action was cut off in the top right corner. Just the same, as he gazed up at the rustling branches of the elm tree, a satisfied smile plastered across Gordon's face. "Oh, you win this time, my furry friends," Gordon said with a gentle nod, conceding the photographic battle to the superior victor. As he returned to the sidewalk and continued to the pharmacy, Gordon spared a final thought for his photographic white whale. He wondered what he would do when, if, he actually nailed the shot. Or maybe the shot didn't matter? Maybe the journey, that loving competition between himself and Jasmine, that pursuit of a creative idea, maybe the journey was, indeed, its own reward. It was the journey that had brought him outside. The journey that had allowed him to inhale the crisp, fresh air, to savor the waning chill, feel the sun slowly warming his face. Moments, sure. Life wasn't without its disappointments. Still, it was also full of tiny moments that sang out with life, love, and joy. If only Gordon could slow down enough to appreciate them. So he did. And that smile, initially plastered on Gordon's face by the rambunctious rodents, persisted as he continued his walk. Gordon was lost in a peaceful bliss, practically moving on autopilot as he cocked an arm and waved at a morning jogger passing on the opposite sidewalk. The jogger lifted her chin, and, upon seeing Gordon's friendly smile, her expression of dour, intense focus cracked as she smiled back, returning his wave. Everywhere you turned, people were carrying unspeakable disappointments, frustrations, and tragedies. And everywhere you turned, something as simple as a smile and a wave could instantly bring out the very best in humanity. Politics, religion, race and ethnicity, pandemic preferences, opinions on reality television. None of it stood a chance, or bore the slightest relevance, in the face of the awe-inspiring power of a smile and a wave. Gordon filled his lungs and let out a deep sigh of satisfaction. What a walk! What a day! What a life! At that precise moment, Gordon was happy. He was safely bubbled from the pandemic in all the right ways. He had the perfect backyard to call home. He was safe from a world that seemed to be spiraling out of control and getting worse every day, but none of that mattered in his little oasis of perfect, with Jasmine and Mr. Fantastic and the squirrels and friendly neighbors and ice cream. Like an autonomous drone that had suddenly become sentient, Gordon was surprised to find himself standing at the edge of the path leading to the sliding doors of the corner pharmacy. And like a demon lurking in the shadows of his soul, tendrils of anxiety unfurled in his chest as he stared through the windows at the poorly circulated air inside the building. All it took was a single infected person to enter the store, and without proper air filtration or purification, the virus could linger in the air for hours. Behind Gordon, a large black SUV pulled into the otherwise empty parking lot, sliding into a space near the edge of the building. It was a reminder that, while the pharmacy was quiet for now, it wouldn't last. Gordon turned back to the entrance. A single pair of sliding doors. It was all that separated the fresh and flowing outdoor air from the confined, recirculated, unclean indoor air. Sliding doors was all that separated Gordon from his ice cream. He had come this far. Gordon pulled on his trusty N95 mask, securing the loops over his head and tracing his fingers around the edges of the mask to ensure a tight fit. In and out. Grab the ice cream and go. He had come this far. Gordon Wegner stepped through the sliding doors and into the pharmacy. Chapter 6. Orange Creamsicle Sherbet. The more Gordon thought about it, the more he was convinced that mental health epitomized the concept of out of sight, out of mind. Anxiety, depression, obsessive-compulsive tendencies, panic, addiction, phobias, intrusive thoughts, ad infinitum. Whatever the diagnosis, the challenge always remained the same. What were the strategies to cope with mental health? Gordon Wegner's carefully crafted and thoughtfully bubbled life had become an essential coping mechanism for what would have otherwise turned into an overwhelming and potentially crippling anxiety. He had surrounded himself with his fundamental core needs, from a loving and supporting partner to a job that enabled him to stretch his unique creative muscles while providing him the means to live comfortably inside his bubble. As these things went, when mental health was abundantly coped with, Gordon found that he would often forget the triggers that had prompted the need for the coping mechanisms in the first place. Everything was fine. Everything was perfectly all right. Right up until the moment it wasn't. at the best of times, happily bubbled in that perfect backyard oasis, Gordon succumbed to the delightful experience of selective anxiety amnesia. In other words, out of sight and entirely out of mind. The problem, as Gordon was reminded after stepping through those sliding pharmacy doors, was that selective anxiety amnesia had the unforeseen consequence of numbing his awareness, lowering his defenses, and crippling his coping mechanisms. Which meant that when anxiety, proper, clinical, heart-stopping anxiety, finally reared that demonic head, Gordon was caught entirely off guard. And the resulting effect was akin to a swift emotional kick in the nuts. Forcing himself to ignore the sidelong glance from the unmasked clerk behind the register, Gordon beelined for the small section of refrigerated and frozen foods. Gordon had no idea if that putrid judgment dripping from the clerk's gaze was real or just a product of his anxiety's warm-up routine. Everything was fine, right up until the point when it absolutely wasn't. Gordon suddenly appreciated, somewhat ironically, that his insight on out of sight, out of mind also applied to the pandemic. It was the only explanation for how an entire country, world, could bury its head in the sand, ignoring a lethal virus and instead minimizing it into little more than a bothersome cold. That is, if the minimizers chose to acknowledge the existence of the virus in the first place. A crippling infection, something along the lines of being hit by a Mack truck, with not unsimilar amounts of long-term internal damage, was something that happened to other people. An infection that became fatal? Well, how many people have died from a mild cold, right? Out of sight, out of mind. And it was easy to put the pandemic out of sight. Even Gordon could appreciate that from his happy little bubble. Mainstream media didn't want to cover it. Businesses, and the economy at large, had no vested interest in acknowledging the pandemic simply because public health measures weren't profitable. Minimize. Ignore. Out of sight, out of mind. Everything was fine. Until it wasn't. Until you were the one who got sick. Until you got hit by that Mack truck. Were down for the count. Every day feeling worse than the day before. Desperate for some kind of relief. Any kind of relief, for the love of God. And finding no hope because the world gave up on fighting the pandemic and you had become just another insignificant percentage of that massive number of infected, damaged, or dead, a number so wildly incomprehensible that it was simply easier for people to ignore it than find an iota of empathy. Everything was fine. Until it wasn't. And By then, well, then, everything was fucked. Gordon stood before the glass freezer door and frowned at the rows of very empty shelves. Yes, everything was indeed fucked. He had seen it sporadically online, in posts on Reddit and Twitter, where anomalies in production and quality control had begun to pop up more frequently. Frozen dinners missing the main course. Cheese puff products with giant, unprocessed lumps of condensed cheese powder. People receiving multiple or dozens of a product when they only ordered and were charged for a single item. The pandemic had far-reaching impacts on the supply chain, but this, an empty freezer section horrifically void of ice cream, was a bridge entirely too far. Through the anxious throbbing of blood in Gordon's ears, he heard the sliding doors open and close somewhere behind him. He thought, distantly, vaguely, of the large black SUV that had pulled into the parking lot before he entered the pharmacy, and he wondered what kind of unmasked pandemic minimizing, virus spreading Neanderthal had been behind the wheel of that gas guzzling monstrosity. Gordon swallowed hard, sensing a mounting and unseen pressure against his back. He rechecked the freezer. Still empty. Except, wait, no. In the bottom corner, there was a single pint of something. Hope blossomed in his chest, waging a silent but violent war against those demonic tendrils of anxiety, and Gordon grasped desperately at the possibility that his ill-planned quest for ice cream hadn't been in vain. He pulled the freezer door open, snatched the lone ice cream from the rack, and immediately regretted absolutely everything. He should have never left the house. He should have never left Mr. Fantastic and Jasmine. His quest was in vain. The violent battle waging in his chest tilted dramatically to the wrong side. The pint he held in his hand? It wasn't ice cream. And it certainly wasn't mint chocolate chip. Gordon scowled uncharacteristically, although no one would have been able to tell under his mask. Orange, creamsicle, sherbet. The fact that it wasn't ice cream was strike one. The lack of mint and chocolate chips, strike two. But the fact that the last time Gordon had tasted orange creamsicle was when he was a child of 7 or 8, and the experience had left him vomiting all night long. It was the singular event that eventually helped Gordon learn he was lactose intolerant, and it was forever stained with an acidic, pungent orange flavor. Strike 3. Oh dear. Gordon froze as a fresh, Anxious fear stabbed at his heart. The voice came from his side, but it took several seconds to realize that it sounded nothing like the pig-headed, red-hatted, moronic asshole he imagined behind the wheel of the SUV. Gordon turned and saw a silver-haired elderly woman standing no taller than his own shoulders and wearing jeans with a floral print blouse. She had a heavy-duty gray plastic respirator mask with protruding filter pods. She completed the look of modern, sexy health precautions with a surprisingly stylish and sleek pair of safety goggles. The little old lady pointed at the pint of sherbet in Gordon's hands. Even with half her face covered by the massive respirator, he could see her grimace, slivers of silver brows bunching together. "That isn't the last one, is it?" she asked. Gordon looked down at the orange creamsicle sherbet and slowly got his wits about him. Yeah, I mean, yes, it's the only one." The little old lady sighed and crossed her arms, scowling at the empty freezer. "Everyone is bitching about toilet paper, and meanwhile the real essentials are disappearing right before our eyes." Gordon couldn't believe his ears. He believed his eyes even less. This was the person driving the black SUV? Chapter 7 Oatmeal Raisin, Cookies and Cream. If the journey was supposed to be its own reward, then Gordon Wegner was ready to get off the ride and talk to a manager about a refund. Everything had been a complete and total waste. He should have never left the house. Sure, the walk to the pharmacy had been nice enough, and the fresh, albeit failed, attempt to capture his squirrely, photographic white whale was a fun distraction, but the whole point of the morning excursion was for Gordon Wegner to get an ice cream. And since the car battery was dead, the neighborhood pharmacy had been his one and only shot at frozen dairy nirvana. And how exactly was Gordon rewarded for his quintessential quest for creamy indulgence? Orange sherbet. As a general rule, and despite his day job reviewing movies and television, Gordon tried to avoid strong opinions because he believed an open mind was more valuable than any impulsive hot take. He disliked attributing to products or brands powerful words like hate or love, because, as far as Gordon was concerned, haphazardly throwing those words around was a quick way for such visceral sentiments to lose all value. On the other hand, as much as Gordon truly loved mint chocolate chip ice cream, mean green, the very finest of cuisine, he absolutely, undeniably, irrefutably hated orange sherbet. and if he had a rooftop to shout it from, Gordon would have already been scaling the ladder. Well, Gordon muttered behind his mask, still surprised by the sight of the silver-haired woman in the massive respirator and safety goggles. I mean, I guess you can have it, if you want. Gordon extended the pint of orange creamsicle sherbet to the elderly woman. Her eyebrows went up in genuine surprise. "Oh, no, she said. "Oh, don't be silly. It's the last one, and you were here first." Gordon offered the woman an awkward tilt of his head. "Oh, no, seriously, please. Gosh, I don't even like this stuff. See, I had my heart set on mint chocolate chip, the green kind, 'cause it just tastes better. And, well, this was all they had." Gordon looked down at the pint of sherbet, his face mask hiding a bitter expression. "Oh, orange." He held it out again, and the woman took it from Gordon's hands with the slightest apprehension. "Are you sure? I can always just run to the supermarket," she said. "It's just that I'm on my way to see my granddaughter, and, well, it sounds entirely too coincidental to be true, but orange sherbet is exactly what she likes. Or at least what she used to like. It's been a little while since I've seen her, but I think I feel pretty good about orange sherbet being the right call. When you just feel it deep in your gut like a shit that isn't fucking around anymore and it's about to happen, whether you're ready for it or not." The woman trailed off as if only just realizing the stream of consciousness rambling was, in fact, coming out of her own mouth. She tried to hide her embarrassment by looking down at the clear container of orange sherbet swirled with vanilla ice cream. Perhaps it was the unexpected kinship with a fellow mask-wearing human being, but Gordon found that he had a deep-rooted desire to spare this curious little woman even the slightest of embarrassments. With the harsh edge of his own ice cream-fueled disappointment lessened, Gordon lifted his shoulders almost imperceptibly. "Oh, well, I mean, you gotta take it now. It would make me feel better if it went to someone who actually liked it. And, I can just get my mint chocolate chip some other day. It's no big deal. Really." The woman held the pint of sherbet to her chest. "You're a very kind person. Thank you." Gordon smiled behind his mask. Yes, the disappointment was real, and painfully deep, but he found that his soul was responding to this peculiar silver-haired woman in a soothing, if not profound, way. Personal mint-flavored disappointment aside, Gordon was more than happy to relinquish the sherbet, especially in the spirit of doing something nice for a stranger and her granddaughter. "Thank you again," she said, turning for the register. Gordon lifted his hand in a small wave of goodbye that embarrassed him as soon as he did it. All right then," he said to her back. "Have a good one, okay?" As she walked away, Gordon glanced around the empty frozen section, his embarrassed hand hanging in the air, apparently just as confused and lost as Gordon was. No ice cream, no car, no idea what to do next. I'm sorry, but if you're needing a ride to the supermarket, I was fixing to head that way already if they didn't have what I needed here, that is. And I wouldn't usually do something like this, but you have your mask, and I can tell you're not one of those noodle-brained anti-vax minimizers. Gordon blinked in confusion as the silver-haired woman gestured randomly with her free hand. Again, she realized what she was doing and saying, and forced a kind of composure over herself. She brought her hands together over the pint of sherbet and took a deep breath through her respirator. I apologize. I don't get out, and I certainly don't get to talk to people very often, she explained. With a measured tone, she continued, If you care, I'd be happy to take you to the market. You can get your mint chocolate chip, and I can bring you right back here. No muss, no fuss, no noodle-brained malarkey. Gordon was grateful for his mask, since his mouth was hanging open throughout the woman's speech. Who was this lady? As quickly as his heart filled with a crisp and minty hope, the red-hot tendrils of anxiety immediately began to melt that hope away. He'd have to get inside an enclosed vehicle with the woman if he said yes. And despite her obvious mindfulness of the pandemic, Gordon simply didn't know her. He didn't know where she had been before the pharmacy. He didn't know whose paths she had crossed in the days prior. She could have been infected, been asymptomatic, or simply hadn't begun to show signs of the virus yet. And if Gordon climbed into that enclosed vehicle with her, his bubble would be penetrated, violated with reckless, destructive abandon, as if his anxiety were screaming out over psychic wavelengths. The woman pointed a thumb over her shoulder. I have a whole stockpile of rapid tests in the car. We can both test, and when we're clear, we'll be plenty safe for a quick open-window car ride. Would that be okay? Gordon's confusion bubbled over into a suitably flabbergasted befuddlement. Who was this woman? Chapter 8 Honey Jalapeño Ice Cream Social. Meeting people and making friends had always been challenging for Gordon. In general, he spent more time inside his own head than outside of it, and he typically valued deep, meaningful connections versus the shallow, surface-level, routine pleasantries that most people filled their days with. Pre-pandemic, Gordon had found a singular reason to appreciate the in-person, in-office experience. He occasionally found he could foster one or two meaningful connections under the right circumstances and with the right people. In fact, prior to Gordon's Holy Grail writing gig and Jasmine's career at Redacted, that was how Gordon initially met his wife-to-be, working across from her with a cubicle divider separating their workspaces. Because, At the end of the day, the office was just how you met people and maybe made friends when you didn't have school or other mandatory social activities to structure your life. After the COVID virus reared its relentless head, Gordon's already limited opportunities for making acquaintances were truncated even further. Although by this time, he was happily bubbled with Jasmine in their perfect backyard with Mr. Fantastic, and he typically found he received all the deep, meaningful connections he required without any extraneous risk to his personal health. When Gordon Wegner crossed paths with the silver-haired woman who inexplicably wanted orange sherbet, not only was the quiet, introspective, introverted, neurotic, and overly cautious man wary from the pandemic protocols the rest of Florida and the world insisted on ignoring, but he was also woefully out of practice, socially speaking. Gordon's new friend from the pharmacy was only marginally better. And if the awkwardness between the two could have been synthesized into a flavor of ice cream, it would have surely resulted in the most unappetizing ice cream social ever. Nevertheless, thanks to the feisty and short-statured woman's nervous oversharing on the way to the register, Gordon learned her name was Gloria. She was, in fact, on her way to visit a granddaughter she hadn't seen in over a decade. Although, considering Gloria's generous offer to take Gordon to the supermarket for a quick ice cream run, she didn't seem to be in any particular rush to actually get to her granddaughter. Outside the pharmacy, Gordon awkwardly followed Gloria to the large black SUV parked at the edge of the building. He kept putting his hands in his robe pockets before pulling them out again, finding himself obsessing over how to make his attire seem somewhat less weird to the woman sporting the massive respirator and safety goggles. In a moment of fortuitous distraction, Gordon's attention was pulled to the opposite end of the lot as another pair of squirrels — was it possible it was the same pair from earlier on his walk? — scampered through the bushes separating the pharmacy from the street. Gordon's hand fell instinctively back into his robe pocket, grasping his phone but stopping short of taking it out. Despite his compulsion to chase after the squirrels, as much as Gordon's methodical, cautious, slow squirrel photo hunt could be called a chase, he turned back to the SUV as Gloria thumbed the automatic rear door. Once again, Gordon couldn't help but notice how the tank of a vehicle completely dwarfed Gloria's diminutive stature. What a peculiar pairing indeed. In the back of the SUV, Gloria had two coolers. One was large and plugged into a power socket. The other was small and tucked to the side, the kind you might pack a large lunch in. After stowing the orange sherbet in the large cooler, Gloria pulled the small cooler out by its handle, opening it to reveal a stash of COVID tests, disinfectant wipes, tubes of hand sanitizer, replacement filters for her heavy-duty mask, as well as multiple packages of N95 masks, all but one still sealed. Standing at either side of the SUV's rear bumper, Gordon and Gloria removed their masks and proceeded to swab their noses before adding the necessary reactive agent to their tests. In a move that didn't surprise Gordon in the slightest, Gloria pulled an old-fashioned mechanical kitchen timer out of the small cooler and set it to 15 minutes. The rustling of the bushes once again drew Gordon's attention. He chewed the inside of his cheek, his hand returning to that familiar glass slab in his pocket. One of the squirrels popped its head out of the foliage, its body still hidden in the brush below the sharp, manicured line of the top of the hedge. Gordon's photographic imagination exploded, and he could see the perfect photo in his mind's eye. If he could get close enough to the hedge and drop to a knee, he could frame the shot so that the top line of the hedge split his photo horizontally, the squirrel head popping up right from the middle, gently blurred townhomes in the distance forming the background. Squirrely, suburban perfection. Without taking his eyes off the squirrel, who was stoically sniffing the air, Gordon begged a quiet excusal from Gloria. If you'll pardon me for just a moment." Gloria's brows came together as she silently watched Gordon inch away from her, padding across the parking lot with deliberate care, not making any unnecessary noise. As he stalked forward with slow-motion steadiness, his knees bent, and he lowered into a half-crouch. Oblivious to his goals, Gloria saw Gordon pull his hand out of his robe pocket and slowly, so very slowly, bring his phone up to his face. As soon as Gloria noticed the squirrel's head in the hedge, Gordon attempted to snap his photo, which was the exact same moment the squirrel disappeared into the bush. Gordon let out a gentle sigh. Dang it. He straightened and watched the hedge for a solid minute. After another sigh, he shuffled back to the SUV. "Shutterbug?" Gloria asked after Gordon resumed his spot on the opposite side of the bumper. Gordon gave her a look of genuine confusion that slowly morphed into quiet embarrassment. His squirrel photo hunting behavior must have looked absurd to a stranger. Gordon's voice hitched awkwardly. To avoid Gloria's eyes, Gordon glanced over his shoulder at the newly squirrelless hedge. I have this thing about taking a photo of a squirrel with my phone. It's really hard to get a good shot, which I think that's why I like the challenge. That one, he had his head popped up, right over the top of the hedge. Yeah, that would have been a good one." "Well, they are squirrely," Gloria offered. Gordon let out a quiet chuff and immediately felt embarrassed for laughing at the silly pun. Gloria pointed at his phone, still in his hand. "I'd love to see one," she said, "if you'd care to share." Gordon again chuckled nervously. "Oh, I haven't gotten the shot yet. Been trying for a while, though, but, oh yeah, they're squirrely little buggers, I guess." For a moment, the ticking of the 15-minute timer was the only sound between them. "My son, my granddaughter's father, he is a massive, I mean, really giant, world-class asshole," Gloria said in her ripcord race-to-the-finish-line style. She leaned forward almost conspiratorially. "He voted for Trump twice. I can forgive him the first time, but the second, and he bought into all that QAnon horse dookie, believes his wife and women in general are some kind of second-class citizens. He was one of those cock-a-shit-brained dumbasses standing in front of the school board, railing against simply acknowledging that people of different races have different experiences. Good Lord Almighty, I tell ya, it straight up gets my blood coursing just thinking of it. All the while, you better believe it, church every Sunday and claiming good Christian values. I don't know what God he believes in, but those sure aren't the Christian values I raised him with." Gordon listened, maintaining an expression of polite interest, despite not knowing where Gloria was going with any of this. "Anyway," she continued with a shake of her head, "you probably already guessed he's anti-vax and anti-mask and COVID is a government conspiracy to spread 5G or some other crazy. Hell, it wouldn't surprise me if he was one of them flat earthers too. At any rate, you might have also guessed it's on account of all that and more that I haven't seen my granddaughter in over 10 years. Gloria paused momentarily, a distant and sad look crossing her face. Whatever the thought was, she had no intention of dwelling on it, and the sadness vanished as she met Gordon's eyes. "Point being, among the faults of my son, and there are a great many to be sure, his treatment of animals has never been among them. Honestly, I'm pretty sure he respects his dogs more than women, which is another issue altogether. But the point remains. My son would absolutely understand your little squirrel photo shoot." Gloria hesitated, almost as if reality had suddenly cast a massive shadow of doubt over her statement. "Well, maybe. I suppose." Among the verbal chaos Gloria had just shared, one thing remained clear. If she was on her way to visit her granddaughter, something very important must have happened to her son. As the timer continued ticking away, and the COVID tests continued soaking, Gordon shifted awkwardly from one foot to the other. "So, Gordon said, easing gently into the obvious question. "What, happened to your son? I mean, if you don't mind me asking." Gloria's eyes brightened just a bit. It was less about her current situation and more about a fellow human being showing interest in her life. "Oh, well," she began, "I guess I should start with the fact that they don't live in Florida. My son and his family, that is, which is the tiniest part of why I never get to see them because, mind you, I would have jumped at the opportunity to go visit at any time over the years. It's not like my social calendar is particularly booked. Anyway, not a big part of the reason, but relevant just the same. My son brought his family down for a 5-day vacation at Redacted. Hell, I didn't even know they were in the state until yesterday. Can you believe he wouldn't even call his own mother? Let her know he was right there in her own backyard? Course not. Not Timothy. And the way I understood it, mind you, I only got the details last night. On day 4 of the trip, he starts feeling ill, and I have no doubt you, of all people, know exactly where this is going. Gordon did. And despite how Gloria described the nature of her son's character, his heart still sank for her. I've no idea if he caught the virus on the plane, in the airport, or standing in one of those infernal lines at Redacted. Gloria continued. But at the end of the day, I suppose it doesn't really matter. Instead of going to the airport, an ambulance took him to the hospital. Instead of going home, my boy went on a ventilator. And that was almost a week ago now, if you can believe his wife took that long to reach out to me. Gloria took a deep breath, looking down at her feet to find her composure. Gordon gave her a moment. Her son was on a ventilator. Even if he got off it, the quality of the remainder of his life would likely be awful. What about your granddaughter? And your son's wife? Gordon hoped Gloria had received even a tiny bit of good news. She barked a surprising chortle, lifting her head back up. Birds of a feather, as the saying goes. I can only assume, though. Well, I mean, I did hear plenty of coughing on the phone. Let's just say I don't have very high expectations for his wife. Now, my granddaughter... I know I shouldn't fool myself, and there is certainly only so much the poor kid can do when your parents and the whole damn world go crazy, but I also know that the easiest way to get a teenager to do something is for you to do the other thing. So if Mr. Big Man wasn't gonna let no Chinese government conspiracy take away his freedoms, then maybe my granddaughter had an iota of rebellious sense when it came to the pandemic. Or maybe I'm just a crazy old lady. Oh, come on. I don't think you're crazy, Gordon said. Oh, it's, well, you know, it's good to have hope. Gloria smiled the saddest smile Gordon had ever seen, and his heart sank all over again. Thank you, Gordon. But hope can be a bit of a dangerous thing. Even if my granddaughter is a masking rebel genius, I just can't imagine how long after my son... She couldn't bring herself to finish her thought, and Gordon nodded rapidly in understanding, silently assuring his new friend that she didn't have to give voice to what they both knew was a painful inevitability. Oh, sounds like you really need that orange sherbet then, huh? Gordon said, his voice soft and friendly. Gloria's painful expression split in two, and she responded with a grin that looked as at home on her face as birds in the sky. To say the absolute very least. In fact, I think I'll take a cue from you and pick up some of those mini ice cream cones at the store while we're there. A little something for myself, you know. Gordon's mouth turned in a half smile. Oh, nothing quite like an ice cream to soothe the soul. That's what I always say. The timer ticked. Gordon chewed his lip. Gloria fingered the handle of the small cooler. My wife works for Redacted, Gordon said. On the digital side. When they tried bringing people back to the office, she went in only once, and even then it was just for 5 minutes to handle some paperwork. She was masked inside and vaccinated, of course, but we think she crossed paths with someone in the parking garage. It wasn't great, not for a while, and then, well, she got better, sure, but then she got worse. Long COVID, that's what they call it. She's, well, I guess the best way to put it is that she's, a different person. It's taken a lot from her. It's taken a lot from me too, but I don't want to sound selfish or you know, I didn't get it. I didn't suffer, but well, she's my person, and she is suffering, coping, trying to deal. It's not easy, but Jasmine, gosh, she's the strongest person I know. She's also the only person I know that doesn't deserve. Well, I guess their present company excluded. But I think you get what I mean. The timer dinged, sparing Gordon from any further rambling, incoherent or otherwise. The tests were negative. Can I tell you something, Gordon? Gordon nodded. You don't know me, but I don't do this ever. Certainly not since the pandemic started, Gloria said. But I would very much like to give you a hug right now. Despite the negative tests, and despite Gordon's realization that he very much would like to give Gloria a hug too, anxiety seized Gordon's shoulders. Gloria held her hands up, plainly reading the conflicted expression on Gordon's face. But I know that would be just as uncomfortable for you as it would be for me, so instead... The anxiety released his shoulders. Gordon breathed normally. How about we just go and get you that ice cream? Chapter 9 Galactic Dream Cone Surprise. What kind of music do you like? Gloria asked as they pulled out of the pharmacy parking lot and stopped at a traffic light. Even with the negative results on the rapid tests, Gordon sat in the very back of the SUV, his head turned to the open window to breathe in fresh outside air. When he looked forward, He could barely see the fringe of Gloria's silver hair around the headrest. She really was entirely too small for such a massive vehicle. Gloria reached forward to adjust the entertainment console. Oh, well, Gordon had two standard responses to the question that had plagued him for most of his life. The first was an honest, if not detailed, explanation of his unique musical preference. The second, while not entirely dishonest, was typically an easier way to avoid an awkward line of questioning. Out of an overriding sense of self-preservation, Gordon went with the latter. I don't really care for music too much. I'm more of a lost in my own thoughts kind of guy, I guess. Gloria barked a loud scoff that sounded as inappropriate coming from a small, silver-haired woman as the small, silver-haired woman looked behind the steering wheel of the SUV. Gordon immediately felt his face redden with embarrassment. "Oh, come on," Gloria said. "Everybody likes music. You gotta have something that tickles your soul. I've got one of those subscription services here. Pretty much anything you can think of. So tell me, Gordon." Gloria found Gordon's eyes in her rearview mirror. "What kind of music do you like?" Gordon sighed. This woman was oddly persistent. The honest answer it was, then. "Well, the thing is, I've got something called, auditory processing disorder, which basically means if there's a lot of different noises, I have a hard time deciphering anything." "Not much for concerts then, huh?" Gordon shook his head. "Oh, crowds, they're the worst." Gloria turned in her seat to send Gordon a conspiratorial glance. "I can hear most things just fine, and I still hate crowds." Gordon found himself smiling. He tried to hold it back while stifling a chuckle through his nose. Anyway, pretty much all my life, I've never been able to really hear lyrics in a lot of music. There's some stuff I'll understand, like the old school crooners or artists who prioritize that clarity in vocals. But for most songs, well, they might as well be in a foreign language. The traffic light turned green, and they finally started for the supermarket. "All right, lyrics are a no-go," Gloria stated plainly. "But you're still holding out on me, Gordo." Gordon didn't hold his smile back this time. Jasmine was the only other person in his life who called him Gordo. Well, at least since high school. Movie instrumentals, film scores. I guess I like music, just not songs, Gloria was nodding in understanding. "Lyrics are poetry, but the art of music is something else altogether. Great musicians can be crippled with god-awful lyrics, and inspired songwriters can be dragged into the mud by terrible musicians. Oh, I know just the thing. Do you like the Eagles? Oh, shit, what am I saying? Of course you don't. Okay, just trust me on this one." Gordon turned back to the open window as he prepared to politely try and listen to Hotel California or Lion Eyes. Sometimes, if he focused really hard, he could absorb the lyrics, but it usually took hearing the song multiple times while following along with printed lyrics, typically to the point of memorization, before he was capable of genuinely enjoying a song. To put it plainly, that wasn't going to happen on a ride to the supermarket. Even over the wind rushing past the open windows, the SUV's array of high-end speakers came alive with an ethereal tone that escalated into a pensive strum of a banjo that was equally anachronistic and instantly the exact right instrument at the exact right moment. The opening tone and banjo strum repeated before moving on to a series of notes plucked across strings, invoking a sense of curiosity, exploration, and wonder. Despite all expectations, Gordon was transfixed. A small smile made its way to his face, and his eyes went distant as he began to lose himself in the instrumentation. The plucking swelled, filling the SUV with a sound that almost enveloped Gordon, triggering a kind of instinctive, primal reaction that only happened when a work of creative art genuinely touches the soul. Backed by a contemporary orchestration, a strangely iconic blend of classical and modern instrumental, the swelling music gave way to the song's opening melody as voiced by those distinctive banjo strings. And as much as Gordon was hearing the song for the first time, the melody was somehow, some way, instantly familiar. Piece by piece, a full orchestra joined the banjo, and strange, fantastic, galactic sounds filled the SUV. After a whining flyby, an electric guitar joined the soundscape, laying down long, almost mournful notes that sounded like nothing Gordon had ever heard before. A little over a minute into the song, another orchestral swell introduced the main theme. Like cosmic winds shifting direction on waves of solar currents, Gordon was swept up in a galactic embrace. His fingers began tapping against his thigh as he imagined his metaphorical journey through the cosmos, sending him spinning slowly toward the warm glow of a looming star. Right along with the brilliant energy of celestial light, a realization dawned, and Gordon remembered where he had heard the music before. It had been at least 2 decades earlier. A VHS copy of a 1981 BBC production of Douglas Adams's The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. This was the theme music. Of course, it sounded completely different. There was no earthly comparison between the old VHS audio and the high-fidelity SUV speaker system. But more importantly, there was so much more, both in recording and length. When Gordon had watched the original BBC show as a kid, he had no idea the theme music was an actual song created by an actual band that had simply been licensed for use in his most favorite nostalgic television show from childhood. And when the iconic melody was used again for the 2005 feature film of the same name, the arrangement on the film score was credited to the film's composer. So Gordon had remained oblivious to the source material. But now The original instrumental composition by the Eagles washed over Gordon, carrying him further along on a magical journey of cosmic wonder. His head began moving in time with his tapping fingers, and he didn't notice Gloria watching him through the rearview mirror. Gordon was so wholly swept away by this musical equivalent of mint chocolate chip ice cream that he also failed to notice another cosmic coincidence. Like Arthur Dent, the hero of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Gordon Wegner had found himself on a curious, albeit earthbound, journey while wearing his bathrobe. The only thing he was missing was a towel. When the orchestration dropped away, and that banjo continued its meandering, transcendental exploration of a galactic soundscape, Gordon finally spoke up, wonder and surprise keeping his voice low. "Oh, this is the Eagles?" Gloria met his gaze in the rearview mirror. "It's called Journey of the Sorcerer, and it's from their album One of These Nights. You strike me as someone who would recognize it from that BBC show, but they didn't write it for that." The song came first?" "The song came first." Gloria nodded. "In all its instrumental, contemporary fusion of classical and folk." "Oh, and banjo," Gordon said. "Oh my gosh, it's so..." Gloria laughed. "Would you like me to play it again?" "Oh, can you?" "Ice cream is great, but music is a balm for the soul," Gloria said, tapping the screen to restart the track. "And it's always seemed to me that the more we need that balm, the more powerful the music tends to be, lyrics or otherwise." Gordon nodded absently, letting that magical banjo carry him away again. The 6.5-minute cinematic orchestration played twice more, and Gordon was utterly oblivious to everything beyond that perfect sonic bubble. When Gloria finally parked the SUV and Gordon came back down to earth, he was surprised to find they weren't at the supermarket. An uneasiness flirted with Gordon, but he remembered that iconic 2-word exhortation from The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Don't panic. He took a calming breath. Gloria?" She turned in her seat and offered Gordon a warm smile. A mischievous glint crossed her eyes. "I apologize for the detour, Gordon, and I promise you I will absolutely get you to the supermarket for your ice cream. But as we were driving, and I saw you listening, well, I got to thinking, and I might have a pretty nifty idea about your squirrel photo." Gordon scratched his chin, struggling to not give his anxiety oxygen. Look, Gloria, I'm just not sure." That warm smile got, well, warmer. "Gordon, was I right about the song?" After a moment's consideration, Gordon lifted his shoulder to concede the point. "And it was the right song at just the right moment. I saw it all over your face. You needed that," Gloria said. Gordon wasn't about to disagree. Experiencing Journey of the Sorcerer had been, simply put, some kind of transformative moment. So you brought us to the park for squirrels? Gloria's smile got wider. She had him, and she knew it. I brought us to the park because there's someone I want you to meet. Chapter 10 Butter Pecan. He knew it wasn't true. He knew it was absurd. He also knew he couldn't help himself. Gordon Wegner felt like he was being led to his own execution. It was a path paved with unspeakable horror that would leave him gasping for oxygen and filling his lungs with nothing but despair. The path was laid with bricks carved from full-body exhaustion and unending, incomprehensible chronic fatigue. A web of interconnecting mortar was mixed with a brain fog that bore an uncanny resemblance to Alzheimer's disease. But don't worry, because the heart disease, stroke, or clots would probably kill you first. After parking alongside one of those compact electric smart cars, an impossibly tiny two-door vehicle that was dwarfed by the massive SUV, Gordon allowed Gloria to lead him into the heart of the park. He was so distracted with his own nervous anxiety that even the outrageous white and green electric colors of the tiny car made no impression on him. And how could it? Gordon Wegner was a fool, following a woman he had only just met to meet yet another person he knew nothing about. A person who could easily be a Trump-loving, anti-vax, mask-hating, doorknob-licking fruitcake hell-bent on denying the pandemic, just in from rubbing literally every shoulder at all the theme parks right after breathing all the virus-laden air from all over the world at Orlando International Airport. Gordon Wegner felt like an oblivious lamb being led to the proverbial slaughter. What the fuck was wrong with him? What the fuck was he getting himself into? After all, Gordon was anything but oblivious. He knew the risks all too well. He knew the life and death stakes. And he knew he wasn't being hyperbolic. He lived in fucking Florida. Thinking he could take a simple walk without risking a deadly infection was akin to the lobster thinking the stainless steel hot tub might be a tad too warm, but hey, everything would be all right. The equation was simple. If he continued down this path lined with beautiful elms, sprawling oaks, and pine trees, brown needles covering the ground the closer they got to the farthest edge of the park, if he continued down this path, Gordon Wegner would catch the virus and die. Eventually. Probably. Maybe? As simple as the equation was, Gordon couldn't ignore the reason he was on the path in the first place. In a stunningly short span of time, Gloria had inspired a level of trust in Gordon he had previously only found in his wife, Jasmine. Yes, the silver-haired Gloria was a fellow Floridian, but one that took the pandemic seriously. In other words, if Florida was the haystack, Gordon had somehow managed to stumble upon the needle. And Gloria's pandemic precautions weren't simply a product of anxiety-driven panic and doom prepping. She was shrewd, intelligent, and, with her own son in the hospital on a ventilator, she was intimately familiar with the dangers the pandemic presented. To say nothing of Gloria's AARP membership, oversized elastomeric mask, and her status as one of Florida's few, and proud, vaxxed. If this odd, elderly woman was comfortable traversing the park, leading Gordon farther and farther away from the safety of his happy little backyard bubble, then Gordon couldn't help but feel his raging anxieties ease. At least, just a little bit. It probably also didn't hurt that listening to Journey of the Sorcerer on repeat and spending so much time lost in the Eagles' Galactic Dreamcone surprise of an instrumental had served as a kind of audio therapy, helping Gordon soothe the overactive neurons in his brain. And after all, wasn't that the whole point of stepping out of his happy little backyard bubble in the first place? Good music. Even better, ice cream. Happy little distractions from the abject horrors of this soulless new normal that insisted upon burning through all available human capital, adult and child, in the pursuit of more profit. Gordon was no fool. He knew it was impossible to eliminate all the anxieties that plagued him. He knew he couldn't stay in his happy little backyard bubble forever. He knew it was inevitable that the pandemic would touch him one way or another. It was all so unavoidable. But, just the same, good music, better ice cream, and deep, meaningful connections with like-minded humans had a strange, if not reliable, way of making his anxieties just a little more tolerable. So, Gordon allowed himself to be led through the park. They weaved around couples and groups and all the other people who were just out and about living their lives, willfully ignorant of the fact that every infection they suffered only weakened their immune systems, and eventually it would be the most inconsequential virus or bacteria that would end up ransacking their bodies, leading to inevitable death. Every distant cough made Gordon suppress a full-body cringe. They walked past the party huts and barbecue grills, around the softball fields and tennis courts, all the way to the farthest reaches where the public park began bleeding into the natural, unfucked around with Florida that reminded Gordon of his own backyard. Picnic tables peppered the outskirts of the park, but the wealth of distance between them made it appear to be the designated area for the COVID cautious. Gloria's head was on a perpetual swivel, and Gordon thought she looked like a radar unit searching for a target. Despite that, Gloria seemed to know exactly where she was going. As they approached one of those isolated picnic tables, Gordon saw a picnic basket sitting on it, complete with red and white checkered cloth spilling from the side. It would have made Yogi Bear's mouth water. But before Gordon could slip down that particular rabbit hole, wondering about the last time he had seen a genuine picnic basket in real life, a flurry of familiar movement caught his eye. Under the canopy of a particularly old and overreaching oak tree, at least a half-dozen squirrels were scampering around a pile of acorns, whole peanuts, pecans, and other tasty, nutty morsels. Gordon froze, and his hand instinctively went for his phone in his robe pocket. More nuts dropped into the pile. Wait, what? Nuts were falling from the tree right into a perfect pile for the squirrels to feed on? Branches shifted, and Gordon looked up to see a flash of red and blue. In a rustle of unexpected movement, a person dropped out of the tree, landing in a crouch over the pile of nuts. Squirrels scattered, and the person bounced to their feet. Jeans. Tan work boots with black trim. Red and blue flannel. Dirty blonde hair pulled into pigtails. Green eyes. A distinctive brown fleck in the left one. Gordon recognized her instantly. It was a face he hadn't seen in over a decade, and the last person he ever expected to cross paths with on this absurd trek through the park. 1,000 thoughts raced through Gordon's head all at once. Did she recognize him? What was Penelope doing in his corner of Florida? How many years had it actually been? She looked good, healthy, and obviously active if she was regularly climbing trees. Why did he leave the house in his bathrobe? Fuck! Really? Why was he thinking about how she looked? Jasmine was in bed, at home, and Gordon was standing in the park, checking out another woman? Well, not just any other woman. It was his best friend from high school. The person he might have had a long, romantic relationship with, if not for... God, fuck! Enough already! High school was a long time ago. Gordon had been a different person and couldn't be held responsible for his teenage stupidity. Hell, Penelope had been a different person too. But then why did she look almost exactly the same? Aside from the briefest widening of his eyes, which would have easily been attributed to her sudden drop from the tree, Gordon forced his face to maintain a neutral expression, masking that endless tornado of thoughts. He saw no immediate recognition on Penelope's face, and he figured if she didn't remember him, then there was no point in... Penny! This is my friend Gordon, Gloria said as she stepped forward. He is on a wonderful quest to take the perfect photo of a squirrel with his cell phone. Well, that and ice cream. Penelope's mouth had split into the biggest grin Gordon had ever seen. He could tell the grin was as genuine as they came, fueled by a wellspring of joy for life that originated deep inside her. For most people, that wellspring slows to a trickle the older they got. It was dammed up by the endless bullshit of consumerism, the lies told to us by advertisements, and the constant cycle of want, need brainwashing. The dam builds year after year until the wellspring of joy that comes so naturally in the innocence of youth is slowed to a trickle, the tiniest trickle, only unstopped by the false promise of this year's new phone, even though it's exactly the same as last year's, or those shoes with the 3D printed soles that make you walk better. How the fuck can they monetize walking? But none of that seemed to apply to Penelope. Her joy was as pure as it had been in high school, unblemished by the cynicism of age. Except, after a second of thought, Penelope's grin twisted into a frown as her brows furrowed. Wait, how do you take a photo using ice cream? Chapter 11. Banana Split. Dangling modifiers aside, along with the impossibility of capturing images using ice cream, what took place next was a series of precise movements from Penelope, executed with haste and confidence. It reminded Gordon of that girl in high school who never wanted for more self-esteem. That girl who was eminently comfortable in her own skin, no matter what zit was exploding or what hair was misplaced or what colors clashed. When you have that much self-confidence in high school, nothing in the world can hold you back. On the other hand, high school had been a long time ago, before orange turds were elected president and tried to overthrow the government, before social media turned out to be poisoning, if not destroying, the minds of so much more than just a single generation, and before the clear and present danger of a global pandemic had become an existential crisis of incalculable consequences. Gordon had never been particularly fond of high school. Even from a young age, he had a clear vision for a life as a professional writer. Novels, journalism, Hollywood screenplays. And beyond the essentials, high school offered little to help him along that path. Instead, it served up plenty of conflict and friction for the introverted, social anxiety-ridden, spectrum-adjacent, ice cream-loving nerd who preferred to sit in the library hunched over a spiral-bound ruled notebook, writing longhand stories about planetary exploration in the furthest reaches of the solar system. No. High school, in the education-hating Florida, Natch, had never been a bright spot for Gordon. Which was the exact opposite of how he would characterize his friendship with Penelope from the same period. That bright spot had been so luminous, it actually erased some of those ugly shadows cast by the former. And yet, as Penelope grabbed Gordon's shoulders and positioned him under the oak tree, moving him with that trademark, confident precision, Gordon detected absolutely zero recognition in Penelope's bright and alert green eyes. Did she really not know who he was? Or was Penelope playing the exact same game Gordon had foolishly committed to, pretending to not recognize their best friend from high school until the other person said something? As if posing a mannequin, Penelope twisted Gordon and moved him in front of the oak tree's lower branches. She lifted his arm, crooked his elbow, fished his phone out of his robe pocket. She clocked it from earlier, and the gadget clearly hung heavy against the fabric, and placed it in his hand before stretching his arm out even further in front of his face. Now, when I give you the high sign, you're gonna want to take this as a selfie, Penelope explained. Gordon almost shrunk back into his robe. Oh no, I don't need to be in the photo. I don't need to be in the photo. Penelope stopped and placed her balled-up hands on her hips, grinning at Gordon. Hey now, what's the point of taking the perfect squirrel pic with your cell phone if you don't take a bow while doing it? You know what I mean? Gordon wasn't sure he did, but Penelope wasn't inclined to explain. You know how to take a burst of photos with that thing, right? She asked as she scooted away, moving several paces to Gordon's side and away from the tree. Penelope wasn't fooling around, and Gordon suddenly felt even more rushed. He quickly opened his camera app, turned the lens on himself, and nodded rapidly. Yeah, sure, of course. Penelope squatted low, bouncing gently with excitement. Okay, now, get ready. No, you're gonna want to hold your phone up just a smidge higher. That's it. Now, go! Gordon mashed the shutter button, pulling it to the side to activate the burst mode on his front-facing camera. Penelope began whistling, squeaking, and calling. It was a dissonant cacophony of noise that would have made absolutely no sense outside of the present context. Hell, it barely made any sense inside the context. Gordon shot a confused look at Penelope while she bounced on her haunches, wondering what the hell was supposed to be happening. A crackle of dry leaves. A whoosh of air. Something brushed the back of Gordon's neck. His head whipped in the opposite direction, back toward the oak tree. His eyes went wide with curiosity and just a little fear. But whatever had touched him, whatever had made such a powerful whoosh, was already gone. Gordon's head continued to turn, searching the area for anything. Instead, Penelope was bouncing to her feet, giggling right along with Gloria. What just happened? Gordon asked, his entire body now pivoting back and forth along with his head, looking like the confused John Travolta in that Pulp Fiction gif. Check your phone, Ansel, Penelope said. Gordon looked down at his phone, missing when Gloria did the same with her own phone. Gordon tapped the gallery icon and tapped again to dig into the burst of photos from his front-facing camera. After another second of scrolling through the frames, Gordon's breath caught in his throat. There it was. His white whale. A glorious moment of squirrely action, frozen in beautiful perfection. It was better than anything Gordon could have imagined, and he was equally stunned that in virtually a second, his quest was over. Just like that. And Penelope had been right too. The selfie was the way to go, especially for this particular subject. The photo had captured Gordon's head right as it snapped toward the tree, whipping in one direction as the fattest squirrel he had ever seen went flying in the other. The squirrel was somehow completely vertical, its limbs stretched out every which way, beady black eyes bulging as its tongue poked out of a puckered mouth. It almost looked photoshopped, but there was no mistaking the authenticity of the photograph. The branches of the oak tree, the dense Florida brush in the background, the way the tip of the squirrel's impossibly bushy tail whipped from behind Gordon's head. The sheer absurdity of the image, how ridiculously fat the squirrel was in contrast to the obvious explosion of energy, the wide-eyed, what the fuck expression captured on Gordon's face. His quest really was over. Just like that. And what a prize it was. Gordon smiled. Then he chuckled, thinking of how many walks he had taken with Jasmine, chasing squirrels and snapping photos. She would have loved this picture. Gordon looked up from his phone, forcing himself to meet Penelope's gaze and thank her for, well, everything. But he instead found his high school friend turned to Gloria, their faces grim. The older woman was chewing her lip as she stared at her phone. What's the, Gordon wasn't sure what to say. Gordon, I am so sorry, Gloria said. She waved her phone in the air by way of some kind of explanation. My son, the ventilator. She didn't have to say another word. Gloria's son, who had been on a family vacation at Redacted when he became ill and tested positive for the virus, had taken a turn for the worst. It was Gloria's worst-case nightmare scenario, the very outcome she had braced for from the moment she learned her son was on the ventilator. But it didn't matter how much she had braced herself for the news. It didn't matter how much she thought she was ready for it. Nothing ever mattered. Not when death comes calling. Gordon nodded vigorously. He knew Gloria didn't need his permission, but he gave it just the same. Go, please, he said. Just thank you, Gloria, for everything else, but... Gloria had already turned and had started back to her SUV. I'm so sorry, Gordon. Good luck, Gordon called after her. It probably wasn't the best thing to say to a mother who was about to see her dying son for the last time, but it was all he had. And for whatever it was worth, Gordon meant it. And for as little time as Gordon and Gloria had known each other, Gordon was fairly certain she knew he meant it. So, Gordon turned slowly to Penelope, who was shifting from foot to foot. That, Penelope continued, gesturing after Gloria, is fucking tragic on 1,000 different levels, but this... She waved a finger between the two of them. Fancy seeing you here, Gordo. So she had recognized him. Not that Gordon was at all equipped to deal with that information. He mirrored Penelope's gesture in Gloria's direction. She was taking me to the supermarket to get some ice cream. Penelope lifted her chin as understanding dawned. Oh, you were on a quest to take a squirrel photo and on a quest to get ice cream. That makes way more sense. Did you really think I wanted to try and take a picture using ice cream? Penelope clapped him on the shoulder as she went to gather her picnic basket. Dude, I stopped trying to figure you out halfway through freshman year, and you can't get ice cream at the supermarket, she said. Gordon blinked in confusion. Had there been a run on ice cream, like toilet paper at the beginning of the pandemic? Was that why the pharmacy had nothing but orange sherbet? I can't. Penelope finished packing her picnic basket. I mean, if you hate yourself, then I guess, sure, okay. She picked up the basket by the handles and started down the path to the parking lot. I know a way better place. Best fucking ice cream you've ever had. And if you've never had their ice cream before, oh man, it is going to change your fucking life, if you know what I mean. Gordon didn't. But when it came to ice cream, and Penelope in general, he had always been open to finding out. You want me to take you? Chapter 12. Double Chocolate Fudge Brownie Surprise. Penelope's car was the pint-sized white and green, electrified Little Tykes cruiser that Gloria had parked beside when they first arrived. When the odd-looking vehicle's ownership was revealed, Gordon wasn't surprised. Penelope had always been very left of left. What surprised Gordon was getting inside the tiny car. Sliding into the passenger seat and pulling the door shut, he felt like he was inside a compact car, as opposed to the microcar he had observed from the outside. He noted a surprising amount of headroom, legroom, and even elbow room once Penelope got behind the wheel. She saw Gordon's look of bemusement, muted as it was by his typical stoic effervescence. Penelope was an expert at reading Gordon's robust range of neutral expressions, a skill matched only by the man's betrothed. Lifting her eyebrows, Penelope said in a coaxing tone, "Go on, you know you want to say it. Everybody does." It's bigger on the inside," Gordon said, invoking another classic BBC sci-fi television show, the one that featured the blue telephone booth. "You're damn fucking right it is," Penelope said, instantly bringing back the classic, rule-breaking, inappropriately foul individual Gordon remembered from high school. "Bigger on the inside until you look over your shoulder." Gordon obliged and was immediately confronted with the uncomfortably close rear end of the car. He could reach out and touch the back hatch and still have arm to spare. "But don't worry," Penelope said, turning the key in the ignition and activating a nearly silent electric startup. "The size is definitely a feature. I can't tell you how many tight scrapes I've squeaked out of that would have fucking pancaked a regular car." Gordon swallowed. worried about how Penelope found herself in so many tight scrapes in the first place. He didn't say anything, though. The car began backing up just as his eyes dropped to the pair of paint cans on a blue tarp behind the seats. The movement, and Penelope's promise of aggressive driving, pulled his attention forward, and he quickly secured his seatbelt. Penelope spun the wheel, and they lurched forward, sprinting through the parking lot to the sound of a vroom electric motor. There had been another round of rapid COVID tests, both negative, and the windows were again rolled down. But despite the surprisingly roomy interior of the smart car, Gordon was still close enough to brush elbows with his long-lost, flannel-wearing high school bestie. There hadn't been a day since the pandemic started, and rarely before either, that Gordon had spent so much time with so many women, none of whom he was married to. But the rapid tests had been negative. Cautious parties had remained cautious. And according to Penelope, the creamery she was taking him to was, without doubt, the absolute fucking tits. After they cleared the parking lot and were on their way, Penelope said, "You know, I think I knew you were up in this neck of the woods, but I'm guessing from that classic, barely disguised gobsmackery plastered all over your skull mask, I must have been the last person you expected to see out here, right?" She took the words, such as they were, right out of his gobsmacked skull mask. "Oh, last I saw online you were, still at that horse ranch in Estero." "Oh, I got out of there a while ago. Didn't you see all of my posts on Facebook? Oh shit, wait." Penelope tossed a glance at Gordon. "We're still friends, aren't we? I mean, you didn't unfriend me during that whole what's-her-face fuckaroo, did you?" Gordon swallowed awkwardly and looked at the road ahead, willfully sidestepping the what's-her-face fuckaroo. "Oh, I deleted all my social media just after the pandemic started. It just got to be, a bit too much." Penelope chuckled. You could say that again. Total fucking dumpster fire. Every last corner of it. Hell, you should meet my friend Malcolm. He has some very strong opinions about social media and the stupidification of society. Well, I guess he has strong opinions about a lot of things. Social media, the two-party political system, capitalism, fucking cars. Dude's a pothead and an anarchist, but funny and smart as fuck. But sure, yeah, I get it. Fuck social media. Gordon nodded slowly, having no idea how to respond to anything Penelope said, which was fine because Penelope had only paused to catch her breath. "So, while you were deleting your social media at the start of the pandemic, my husband was dying. You knew I was married, right?" "Oh, shit, no, because I got married after you did the whole what's-her-face fuckaroo thing." "Oh, he died? Oh, geez, I'm sorry." Penelope snorted. "Oh, nah, don't even. First, it had nothing to do with the pandemic, which, of course, is the first thing you thought because it's the first thing everyone thinks. If you died during the pandemic, it's gotta be because of the vid, right? But no, not this one. Just the same, though, it's like, you know how social media revealed who all of the assholes were after lockdown? Well, the pandemic had a similar effect on my fine and upstanding husband. Of course, sure, yeah. I always knew he was a tool, but after the pandemic, I found out exactly what kind of tool he was. She tossed another glance at Gordon and winked. This is where you ask, what kind of tool was he? What kind of... A busted-ass corkscrew. Penelope cut in. Just a total fucking cunt. Really. Obviously. How did he, I mean, if it wasn't COVID... He got hit by a fucking train, Gordon. Would you believe that? He had a fucking gator in the bed of the truck. This was after that hurricane that did the whole loop-de-loop in the Gulf before slamming into Fort Myers. And the crossing arm is down, but he thinks he can still beat the train and, well, whammo. And I know what you're probably thinking. What happened to the gator, right? Well, it must have survived, got knocked free or something, 'cause, true story, that fucking gator was never seen again. What Gordon actually wanted to know was why her husband had an alligator in the bed of his pickup truck in the first place, but since this was Florida, there were probably some things better left unsaid. Anyway, then my mom died a little over a year later, which was awful, but between insurance and a small inheritance, I was able to buy some cheap property in eastern Osceola where I run a non-profit animal rescue. Gordon was content to let Penelope carry the conversation, recounting all the recent deaths in her life. He hadn't known her Florida man husband, but he had met and spent time with her mother back in the day. And now, she was gone. Like countless others, nothing remained but the empty space she used to occupy. It felt cliched or even frivolous to dwell on someone else's loss. Despite Penelope's cavalier tone, Gordon couldn't help but feel his chest tighten as he thought about how the death of her mother, a perfunctory, resolute bookend to their lives together, must have devastated Penelope. Just hearing about it secondhand was enough to twist Gordon's insides. I had the absolute biggest crush on you in high school. Gordon quickly blinked away his creeping mistiness, his stoic countenance barely maintaining under the dual whiplashes of Penelope's former loss and latter confession. I always loved your stories, Penelope continued, eyes fixed on the road. Your imagination, really. I loved how weird you got with your sci-fi. Do you remember that series you wrote about traveling the solar system to explore Uranus? And then after you published the first story in the school paper, Vincent wouldn't stop picking on you? He completely missed the whole point of those stories. Or maybe he was just looking for any reason to crawl up your asshole. Vincent Brockmeyer. Vinny. A short and chubby little fucker with eyes too close together who never missed an opportunity to cruelly make fun of anyone who didn't have the sense to immediately stamp him down and put him in his place. Gordon hadn't thought of his high school bully in a long time. He realized, fortuitously, that this was the perfect conversational distraction he needed to bypass Penelope's embarrassing confession. Embarrassing for Gordon, that is, since apparently nothing embarrassed Penelope, and his own poorly masked emotional overreaction to her past trauma. Remember when he backed you against the wall under the stairs? Gordon asked. That time you were nursing the lizard back to health after the hawk accidentally dropped it? He stomped the lizard right in front of me, Penelope said. Of course I remember that. Gordon gave a slight shake of his head. Just a horrible, horrible person. I don't usually wish for bad things on people, but if there was anyone who deserved to be on a ventilator. You know I married the guy, right? Penelope asked. Words caught in Gordon's throat, and he almost choked on them. He was the guy who got hit by the train, Penelope continued in a flat tone. He's dead. Gordon managed to blink out an incomprehensible SOS to no one in particular. Penelope had married their high school bully? What batshit crazy fucking mirror universe had they slipped into? But I guess you're not wrong, Penelope said, almost as an answer to Gordon's SOS. I don't know. I could say I fucked up and made a horrible mistake, but I really don't dwell on it. And while he didn't die of COVID, although if he hadn't been hit by a train, I'm sure the virus would have eventually caught up with him, he did die an asshole, that much was for sure. He racked up a shit ton of debt I never knew about. That's what was going on with the gator, by the way. He had gotten himself into an illegal animal trade to work off said debt, and then there were the girlfriends that came crawling out of the fucking digital woodwork. Jesus Christ. Fuck. Yeah. Okay. I fucked up marrying the guy. He was the biggest fucking tool. But you know what? Penelope met Gordon's eyes with a sincere expression. His death, that loss, that end, it was still pretty devastating. And then my mom, it's like trauma doesn't actually ever heal. It just gets, a little easier to carry, a little bit, every day, But it's always there, right? Lurking, just waiting to claw its way back to the surface. Losing my mom, suddenly it was like I lost both of them all over again. But as bad as that was, it was nothing compared to when Sheba died. Gordon may have been oblivious to Penelope's marriage to Vinnie Brockmeyer, but he knew the Siberian husky she had rescued before high school. The dog had a defining genetic condition that had turned one eye blue and one eye brown. It was Penelope's affection for the husky that had been Gordon's first real education on what unconditional love truly meant. Of course, dogs don't live forever, but he was surprised that Sheba had outlived both Vinnie and Penelope's mother, if only briefly. Penelope touched the silver capsule hanging from her neck, and Gordon instinctively knew it contained ashes not of her husband or her mother, but of Sheba, the Siberian husky. You lose a loved one, and then another one, and you always think, hey, there's no way it can get any fucking worse than this, Penelope said softly. And then, well, instead of a loved, you lose a beloved. And it's a total fucking supernova of hurt that changes absolutely everything. Gordon thought of Jasmine and Mr. Fantastic, and his heart hurt even more for his high school friend. I had to take some time. Penelope continued, having already come this far. Institutions get a bad rap, but holy shitballs, I needed it. I didn't need the 20 pounds I gained, but that's what happens when all you can do is eat your feelings by the pintful. She shot Gordon a pointed, almost whimsical look. Double chocolate fudge brownie supreme? Accept no substitutions. Because when your world is falling apart, ice cream is the only thing that comes close to putting it back together again. Anyway, speaking of ice cream, Penelope turned the wheel and pulled into a small strip mall. Welcome to the Thunder Cone, bitches! Chapter 13 Upside Down Pineapple Parfait. Pulling alongside the front of the strip mall, Penelope dropped Gordon off underneath a shop sign sporting a stylized ice cream cone with a pair of oversized ice cream scoops crossed behind it. The logo was rendered in stainless steel and set inside a cornflower blue circle. After repeating the life-changing ice cream claim, Penelope told Gordon she had a quick errand to run, but would return for him in a few minutes. Forcing aside a rising and surprising anxiety about her leaving him alone, even if only for a few minutes, and facing the ice cream shop solo, Gordon expressed his gratitude for Penelope bringing him to the creamery. After trekking so far beyond the safety of his happy little backyard bubble, Gordon felt his need for mint chocolate chip ice cream had deepened to almost a cellular level. Even if Gordon had the words to articulate this compulsion, the complex nature of this particular ice cream was more than Penelope would ever know. Gordon was saved from any further monosyllabic verbal stutters when Penelope zipped off to her errand in her tiny car. Gordon refitted his mask while feeling self-conscious in his robe and slippers, not that he could do anything about that now. A glance at the business hours on the door informed him that the ice cream shop had only opened within the last hour, which meant that air-polluting and virus-spreading traffic should have been at a minimum. Through the windows, Gordon saw no one but a lanky employee behind the counter. Now or never. Mint chocolate chip awaited. With a deep breath, Gordon pulled the creamery door open and stepped inside. The man working behind the counter was loading a customer-facing display cooler with fresh tubs of ice cream flavors. When the door gave off an electronic chime, he looked up with a lopsided grin. Welcome to the Thunder Cone, my guy. My name is Kurt, and I'll be your ice cream hero for the duration of your visit. What creamy confections can I delight you with today? Gordon stood frozen in the narrow entryway and tried to quickly assess the lay of the land. As someone who rarely left his house, anything new, even something as innocent as an ice cream shop, had the power to quickly overwhelm. To be fair, this was a problem pre-COVID, too. The shop was bright. White floors, walls, and surfaces were punctuated by gleaming stainless steel. The Thundercone's trademark cornflower blue was a tasteful accent that drew attention to ice cream and ingredient labels and borders around the digital menus mounted behind the service counter. The counter itself ran the length of the right side of the shop. An "Order Here" sign hung deep into the store over the farthest end of the counter. Customers would start at the back and then work their way down the counter, making selections, paying at a register, and collecting additional items like utensils and napkins at the front of the store before exiting. The trio of large digital menus displayed the Thundercone's offerings in between slow-motion video clips of the sexiest ice cream Gordon had ever seen. The shots lingered over every tiny detail as anonymous hands wielding a pair of those oversized professional ice cream scoops mixed multi-ingredient masterpieces. It was a lot. "First time at the cone?" Kurt asked from behind the counter, plainly reading Gordon's apprehension even through his face mask. Kurt made a "come on over" gesture while waving a dismissive hand at the menus. "Don't worry about those, my guy. Everything at the Thundercone is made to delight, and menus are just suggestions for people who lack imagination." Gordon shuffled forward as Kurt, his preordained ice cream hero, moved down the service counter until they met under the "Order Here" sign. Every Thundercone creation starts with one of our original ice cream base flavors, made fresh daily, right in the back of the shop. We've got all your staples: chocolate, vanilla, strawberry, and a cornucopia of colorful varieties from cotton candy to cake batter. The tubs were as colorful as Kurt's pitch. Pinks and greens and oranges right alongside all the requisite shades of whites and browns. Kurt lifted a finger. The ice cream itself is super ultra premium with 24 grams of fat per scoop serving. He leaned forward conspiratorially. "That's 2 whole grams more than Cold Stone, my guy, so you know this is the good stuff." He gestured to the front end of the service counter. "After you pick your base, then you do your add-ins. Your chocolates, cookies, fruit, candies, pretty much anything you can imagine. Everything comes in small or large, cup or cone. For serious connoisseurs, we've got ice cream by the pint or the quart. And no matter how you scoop it, every treat comes with the Thundercone guarantee. It is the best damn ice cream you've ever had, or your money back." Kurt planted his palms against the stainless steel countertop and smiled that lopsided grin that was so authentic it actually hurt. "Which brings us to the most important part." The ice cream hero let the statement hang there, silence spreading between them like melting ice cream on the hottest of Florida's summer days. It quickly became more painful than the lopsided grin. After what felt like an interminable moment, Gordon forced himself to clear his throat. "What, what's that?" The grin never left Kurt's face. "My guy," he said, his voice as welcoming as it was lacking in criticism. "What is it you crave?" Underneath Gordon's mask, embarrassment flushed his face. Right, sure, mint, please, mint chocolate chip." Kurt grabbed a pair of stainless steel ice cream scoops with extra wide mouths. Classic! You got it, my guy. What size? Oh, biggest, please. Kurt pointed at Gordon and winked. A dude that doesn't mess around. Respect. Gordon watched as Kurt pulled a metal tray from underneath the counter, placing it in front of the tubs of ice cream. The Thunder Cone employee moved with a casual expertise that suggested he was not only well practiced, but actually enjoyed the work. Which, Gordon mused, was curious, considering how rail thin the tall man was. If Gordon had to guess, he might have wagered that Kurt's metabolism had made a bad deal with a loan shark and was now nowhere to be found. Gordon would have assumed someone who enjoyed slinging ice cream would at least have a little extra padding. Underneath a black apron with the Thunder Cone's embroidered logo, Kurt wore cargo shorts and a faded red t-shirt with a screen print of Ludwig van Beethoven sticking out his tongue and throwing up devil horns. Nope. Not at all what Gordon would have expected at a life-changing ice cream shop. But then again, maybe that was the point. When Kurt plunged his pair of stainless steel scoops into a tub of ice cream base, Gordon's world melted. And not in a good way. Gordon had expected his ice cream hero to start with the tub of green ice cream, but instead he dug into a container 2 spaces over. Kurt clacked his first 2 generous scoops onto the metal tray before returning to the tub for more. It was definitely not green. Gordon looked over at the green tub of ice cream, reading the small print on the blue label for the first time. The green ice cream wasn't mint like Gordon had assumed, but matcha green tea, which meant that the Thunder Cone's base mint ice cream flavor was white. Gordon's mouth dropped open to protest, but an anxious embarrassment kept the words in his throat. He had come this far for mint chocolate chip. The green kind, damn it, except no motherfucking substitutes. And this alleged life-changing creamery only served white mint? But really, how could Gordon Wegner, cautious, Gordon Wegner, patient, Gordon Wegner, soft-spoken and non-confrontational Gordon Wegner, how could he possibly complain about the color of the Thunder Cone's mint ice cream? Hey, you gotta use the bathroom or something, buddy? Kurt asked, scooping large chocolate chip chunks into the mound of mint ice cream. He pointed to the back of the shop. Gordon realized that even with his mask, his consternation must have been palpable. No, I'm good. Sorry, Kurt had begun mixing the chocolate into the white mint ice cream, but his movements slowed until they stopped. The ice cream hero was staring at Gordon, studying him over the glass partition. Finally, he lifted a scoop and wagged it at Gordon. Hey, do I know you? Gordon blinked. He had never been to the Thunder Cone before, and this was the first time in his life that he ever laid eyes on the metabolism-gifted, lopsided grinning ice cream hero named Kurt. "I'm sorry, all due respect, seriously, but would you mind just for a second?" Kurt made a pulling motion over his own face, suggesting Gordon should pull down his mask. Automatically, awkwardly, Gordon found himself complying, exposing his face to the, possibly, toxic air. Without any visible indication, Gordon held his breath as he counted off the seconds. After he felt a respectable amount of time had passed, it was 3 entire Mississippis, Gordon pulled his N95 back up and refilled his lungs with mask-filtered oxygen. Kurt's curious frown held for another moment, and then recognition dawned. His face morphed back into its default lopsidedness before splitting into an open-mouth grin. "Holy shit!" Kurt breathed out. "You're the guy!" Gordon had no idea what he was talking about. "Abrams versus Abrams," Kurt said. "You wrote that epic takedown of J.J. Abrams' Star Wars sequel trilogy in comparison to Abrams' Star Trek reboot trilogy." Kurt snapped his fingers, trying to recall something else. "Gordon! Wegner! Dude! Me and my friends loved that article. You put into words everything we always thought. Holy shit! I had no idea you were local!" Shortly after the final installment of the Star Wars sequel trilogy was released, Gordon had penned a 10,000-word critical comparison of J.J. Abrams' 2 sci-fi reboot brainchildren. The review was as detailed as it was lengthy, and it cemented Gordon's small corner of the redacted website. The article had turned into an SEO goldmine, and even years later, it routinely pulled thousands of unique readers to the website every month. One of my friends used to run the Videorama up in Orlando, a total fucking cinema nut, and I swear to God, he printed your article across 3 fucking posters, tiny print, the works. He hung them as a shrine in the store. I mean, it was only for a few months before COVID finally killed his business. Fucking VHS rentals in 2020, but still. Kurt had continued mixing and was now reaching for a quart-sized container to pack the ice cream into. He hesitated, taking a second look at Gordon's masked face. His gaze dropped back down to the ice cream. If Kurt had suddenly proclaimed himself psychic, Gordon might have actually believed him. "Are you sure there isn't anything wrong with the ice cream?" Kurt asked. Well..." Gordon shifted, glancing over at the matcha green tea ice cream. Kurt immediately picked up what Gordon was throwing down. Dude, you were expecting green mint chocolate chip?" Gordon opened his mouth, but embarrassment still strangled his words. He lifted a shoulder instead. Kurt waved one of the scoops. "Dude, it's a Thunder Cone thing. Corporate believes in a purer kind of creamery, and the green, well, real mint chocolate chip ice cream isn't actually green." Real mint chocolate chip ice cream? The impudence. The shamelessness. The downright audacity. Gordon was once again grateful for the mask that obscured his sour expression. Kurt shook his head as if suddenly remembering Gordon's literary cult status, and to a lesser extent, his earlier corporate line to delight the customer with creamy confections. You know what? It is just food coloring. I gotcha, dude. If you want green, you got green. Kurt crouched to retrieve a bottle from underneath the prep counter. He squirted a dark green liquid into the rough mound of ice cream, and Gordon's gaze shifted into a slow-motion tunnel vision that had probably been inspired by the video clips on the menu. Tapered ends of the wide-mouthed scoops plunged into the ultra-high-fat ice cream, pulling it apart before folding it back over itself. Like in the early hours of that morning, before Gordon had begun his unexpected journey, that unique tingling sensation tickled his jaw muscles and warmed his taste buds. Kurt continued to fold and mix the ice cream until the food coloring blended into the white. It was a perfectly imperfect palette of mouth-watering and taste-bud-tingling dark emerald swirls, pale minty greens, and gently tinted whites. When he reached for the empty quart container, Gordon found himself transfixed on a loose chunk of chocolate that had been sitting precariously on a minty ledge. It shifted in the absence of the scoops, dropping with the weight of a 1,000-pound boulder into another ledge of perfectly green cream. It was beautiful. "Here, have a taste," Kurt said, reaching over the glass partition with a sample spoon containing a dollop of the ice cream. Gordon quickly held up his hands. "Oh, no, I really couldn't. Oh, thank you, though." Kurt nodded and transferred the sample back to the mothership, deftly scooping and packing the entire creation into the quart container. As he worked, he said, "Delayed gratification. Or, as I like to say, a pleasure delayed is a pleasure savored." He patted his own flat belly. "Nothing but respect for a little self-control, my man." The door chimed, shattering the mesmerizing effect of the Thunder Cone experience. Penelope poked her head in, pigtails dangling at an angle. "Hey, Gordo, we gotta roll." With well-practiced, expert maneuvers, Kurt swiftly fitted a lid on the container, wiped the sides with a clean rag, and put the order in a small blue paper bag with brown handles. Gordon fumbled with his phone. Do you take tap to pay?" Kurt grinned as he handed the bag to Gordon. "We do, but no worries, my man. This one's on me." "Oh, I can pay, really." "Oh, fuck off, dude. You're a local legend," Kurt insisted. "Hey, it is the least I can do. Seriously, I can't tell you how much that article fucking rocked our world. Come back anytime, and I will let you buy the next one. All right?" Gordon found himself nodding slowly. "All right, okay, sure." "Gordo!" Penelope hissed from the door. Gordon took his order and started for the door before hesitating. He wasn't sure what exactly he was feeling, but there was something warm and pleasant in his chest. Maybe it was coming face to face with the impact of his creative work. Maybe it was this complete stranger throwing company policy out the window to craft the single thing that Gordon needed more than anything else in the world. Maybe it was just a genuine human connection over a shared love of ice cream. He turned back to Kurt. Hey, uh, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. Really. Kurt used both index fingers to point at Gordon, blessing him with one more impossibly charming lopsided grin that no longer carried a hint of hurt in its authenticity. I appreciate you, my man. Now get out of here and enjoy that minty marvel. Seriously, Gordo, Penelope said, grabbing Gordon's arm and pulling him outside. The white and green electric smart car was again sitting at the curb, and Penelope hurried around to get behind the wheel. Gordon slid into the passenger seat, cradling his precious ice cream cargo in his lap. Through his mask, Gordon was surprised to detect a pungent chemical smell lingering inside the vehicle. Penelope floored the accelerator, zipping a wide circle through the parking lot. As she pulled to the exit, the pet store at the other end of the strip mall caught Gordon's eyes. Red paint had been splashed across the storefront and was dripping down the windows. The smart cart lurched out of the parking lot to the sound of police sirens rising in the distance. Gordon's head pivoted to Penelope and then to the rear of the car where the paint cans from earlier were rolling around, no longer weighed down by their contents. He looked back to Penelope, who finally, reluctantly, met his gaze. So, what's your position on puppy mills? They're fucking shit, right? She said, giving Gordon an awkward smile. Chapter 14 Peanut Butter and Jelly Swirl. Look, Gordo, I know I said I'd take you home, and I swear to God I will, but the range in this thing is shit and the battery has been flirting with a little bit too much negativity, Penelope said, her gaze fixed on the road ahead. Her intense focus was less about an unwavering commitment to safe driving, and more because she was reluctant to see Gordon's reaction to a betrayal of the worst order. At least in his eyes. It will literally be faster to go home to my ranch and recharge. Safer, probably, too, criminal acts of vandalism notwithstanding. But dude, I promise, once I get enough juice back in the car, I will take you right home. No other stops. You have my word. After a long, quiet moment stretched between them, with Gordon offering not so much as a grunt or a cleared throat, Penelope finally turned to face her friend from high school. He sat motionless, staring at the opening of the blue paper bag in his lap, his face just as neutral as she had ever seen it. Gordon, I'm really sorry, Penelope said. I swear if anybody catches up with me about the pet shop, I will take full responsibility. You had nothing to do with it. And even if they try to pin something on you, it's not like you had any idea what I was planning. Gordon looked up from his quart of ice cream, meeting Penelope's guilty gaze with a look of confusion. Sorry, what? Penelope frowned. You okay there, buddy? Gordon lifted a shoulder as if he was about to confess something, but instead said, "Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, I would have probably taken a slightly more legal approach, maybe penning a strongly worded blog post, but, yeah, red paint gets the message across, I guess." Penelope snorted through a scowl. Been there, done that. Those places treat animals like a product that exists only for profit. It's so fucking disgusting. Can you imagine people being treated that way? Women locked in cages for their entire lives, constantly impregnated, giving birth, and having their babies taken away. Also, a fucking corporation can make rich people richer. And let me tell you, that is just the tip of the iceberg. Confinement, behavioral problems, overbreeding, and health issues, but fuck me, right? Joe Blowhard and Karen Cuntley see a cute puppy in the window and bam! Who cares if their cute puppy purchase is funding an endless cycle of one of the most inhumane practices in modern society? Who fucking cares? 'Cause they got their cute fucking puppy. But you know what, Gordo? All that red paint? If that single act of vandalism interrupted even one sale, I fucking win. If Joe Blowhard and Karen fucking Cuntley aren't able to see the cute little puppy in the window, that is another kick in those corporate fucking nuts. And if it gets a little attention from the do-nothing mainstream local media, well, icing on the motherfucking cake. You know what I mean? Penelope found herself surprised to see Gordon nodding slowly, apparently in agreement. But after another long moment lapsed, it was clear he had nothing to add to the conversation. Penelope ended up being the one to clear her throat. "So, how about the old ball and chain?" she asked, in an attempt to coax a little conversation out of him. "You still playing grave robber to, what was her name? Samantha?" Gordon seemed to ease out of whatever distant fog he was lost in. Melissa." "Oh, that's right. Melissa." Penelope dragged out the name, trying to be playful. She wasn't that much older. She's like 20 years older." 18, Gordon corrected automatically. Penelope shot him a sideways glance. "Dude, bro, there is an entire military legal lifespan between the two of you. And you married her, what, right out of college? Come on." Gordon let out a long sigh. It was clearly something that had weighed on him for a long time. "Well, the marriage only lasted 6 months." Penelope regretted her acerbic tone now that it had become borderline insensitive with this new information. We were together for 4 years total, but yeah, well, you know, we actually met after she responded to my Craigslist post." Penelope barked a laugh. "You posted a personal ad on Craigslist?" Sure, just text, though, no photos, kind of this, deep sort of, fishing post. She responded, and we had the best emails." Penelope realized that made perfect sense for Gordon. He had always loved that particular style of communication. In high school, he would lose himself in epic threads of correspondence with one girl or another from different counties or states. Even at a time before social media had melted people's ability to focus, The intentional and emotionally intimate style of long-form correspondence had always been Gordon's communication method of choice. So what happened? Penelope asked. Gordon sighed again. Something else weighed heavily. But then again, what didn't weigh heavily on Gordon Wegner's soul? She got pregnant. Oh, fuck. Oh, wait. Then she got an abortion. Double fuck! Well, was that... She never told me about any of it. Penelope kept her mouth shut. It was beginning to make sense. I only found out after her ex-husband showed up with their 8-year-old kid. 2 other things she didn't think were important to tell me about. And then when we finally did talk about it, she confessed she had thought about going back to them. Gordon revealed these final details with the same flat, matter-of-fact cadence that had made him the target of name-calling and bullying all through high school. Penelope wanted to shake him and tell him that it was okay to get angry, to scream and cry, and to curse out that fucking horrible woman. But she knew better. This was who Gordon Wegner was. A stoic weirdo until the very end, no matter what a manipulative psycho bitch did to him. People are shit, Penelope said, her voice soft and quiet. It's like, all you gotta do is be honest, open, and honest. Why is that so fucking hard for people? After Vincent died, I flat out said, never again. It's not worth it. I mean, sure, I still have a shit ton of love to give. But the way I figure it, that's what animals are for. Hell, I'm not sure I've ever really experienced unconditional love outside of Sheba. Gordon nodded slowly. I've got Mr. Fantastic. He's Jasmine's, but... Penelope snorted. Jasmine? Go figure. Gordon Wegner, always leaving out the most important detail. Okay, asshole. Now who the fuck is Jasmine? The corner of Gordon's mouth quirked in a smile. Only the best thing that's ever happened to me. Gordon didn't say anything more, and Penelope didn't need to hear any more. If someone made Gordon Wegner smile like that, even after all the bullshit that crazy Melissa bitch had put him through, there was no doubt in Penelope's mind that Gordon and this Jasmine were perfect for each other. Because you only get to a relationship like that after learning all the shit that doesn't work. Open and honest. Peanut butter to the other's jelly. The cone to the other's ice cream. Chapter 15. Half-baked, full stop. Jesus fucking Christ, nailed to a goddamn teacup twirl. Don't you see it, friend? This is the way the world ends. The capitalist corpo pigs drag all of their wage slave workers back to the office where that man-made virus spreads and mutates and evolves until everyone is sicker and sicker until the very people who can't afford to live can't even afford a sick day, so they go back into the office to perpetuate the cycle of sickness. And then, when they die, the wage slaves get replaced with cheaper slaves who can't even afford their predecessors' already shitty cost of living, all while their corpo pig overlords cut benefits, make healthcare more expensive, and increase their own corpo butt-fuck profits. Endless growth, endless profit, and fuck every single goddamn consequence. Am I right or am I right? Why do you think they killed Roe v. Wade? Why do you think they're criminalizing abortions? The system is so fucking unsustainable that without new babies, the whole corpo-capitalist pigsty will run out of wage slaves faster than they can churn another 2% profit. Just look at all the states legalizing child labor. They don't fucking care, friend. They're gonna keep consuming everything, including our children, until there's nothing left. And people, every single goddamn person out there, they are fucking blind to it all. They're too busy swiping and tapping, just fucking swiping and fucking tapping their stupid, meaningless lives away, wallowing in their manufactured debt, owning absolutely nothing because they're stuck in this literally retarded renter bullshit subscription everything $12 coffee economy, endlessly pushing that boulder of capitalism like motherfucking Sisyphus right up to the point when the Kung Flu knocks them out and the boulder fucking rolls right back over them, crushing them to death. By COVID or with COVID, my fat, hairy ass. It's capitalism that fucking swings the blade, friend. And there's no way to fucking avoid it either. The whole goddamn system is so fucking rigged, and every single normie out there is so fucking blind, and all those fucking capitalist corpo pigs rolling their fat fucking asses in the mud of their glorious profits, they are so fucking fat and getting even fatter by the fucking minute. I am telling you, if Satan himself decided to bring a fucking asteroid down and Armageddon this shit with Bruce Willis, it would be a goddamn happy ending compared to where we're heading. Penelope's ranch occupied nearly a dozen acres, most of it wooded with pine and oak. Her home was a manufactured park model RV that, like the diminutive electric car, was oddly bigger on the inside. The main event, however, was the massive barn, built to modern hurricane standards, which served as a home base for Penelope's modest animal rescue and sanctuary operation, with open kennels and pens. Since arriving, Gordon had seen cows, horses, dogs of all sizes, cats, rabbits, goats, chickens, peacocks, turkeys, and pigs. The smaller the animal got, the more there seemed to be, while the larger animals were limited to small handfuls. Penelope had parked the car in the barn. She immediately plugged it in, quickly introducing Gordon to a pair of overly friendly goats named Quincy and Jones, and her pothead anarchist friend and farmhand, Malcolm, who had been prepping the grill for burgers. At the same time, Malcolm indulged in the fruits of his own organic green thumb, puffing away between sips of an always-present beer. An irate, honking goose insisted Penelope begin her midday rounds, and Gordon suddenly found himself alone with the anarchist and his whiplash-inducing socio-political musings. Gordon asked Malcolm if there was a place to put his ice cream. The pothead launched into a 5-minute soliloquy about ice cream being the perfect example of the distinction between private property and personal property, and how the capitalist corporate pigs perpetuated a lie that it had been socialism, which demanded a conflation of the two. Malcolm took Gordon's ice cream and placed it inside the freezer of an ancient puke green refrigerator on the far side of the barn, away from the food prep, all the while explaining how anarchists and socialists had no problem with personal property, the ice cream, but private property and the means of economic production, Thundercone, the company that made the ice cream, should be owned by the people, or the workers more specifically. But that would never happen because they were living in the end times. Obviously. First they came for the women, and I said nothing. Then they came for the children, and still I said nothing. Finally, they came for the ice cream. And you know what happened? Malcolm asked, flipping the veggie burgers at the grill. There was, no one left to, speak up? Gordon suggested. Nah, friend. Gaia wept. And the ice cream melted, ruined by the corpo-capitalist pigs' selfish destruction of the planet. And they consumed all the natural resources until nothing was left but a hot, barren, lifeless rock. You get it? You see, the ice cream is happiness. It's sustainability. It's motherfucking life. But where we're going, where we are right fucking now, the ice cream, it just melts, friend. Now, tell me, how fucking dogshit miserable is that? Whether Gordon wanted them to or not, Malcolm's words resonated with an almost painful gravity. Everything about Gordon's day had been in pursuit of that momentary, blissful escape from reality that would inevitably come with his first spoonful of mint chocolate chip ice cream. It was a respite Gordon craved almost as much as the ice cream itself. A soothing salve, a balm for his brain as much as it was for his heart. Because no matter how terrible the world was getting, ice cream could still give him that gift of happiness, no matter how fleeting. But what would happen when ice cream wasn't enough? What would happen when Gordon's reality was wholly consumed with anxiety, pain, trauma, and sadness? Would there ever be enough mint chocolate chip, the green kind, which is the best kind, thank you very much, to get the job done? These thoughts plagued Gordon as Penelope returned from her rounds, followed by 3 dogs of diminishing size. Gordon's brain ran itself in circles. It obsessed over everything from his ice cream, the rate at which an industrial fan was pulling fresh air through the barn, whether or not he had gotten infected despite all the precautions of the day, all the way back to home, sweet, perfect home, where Mr. Fantastic and Jasmine waited for him. Jasmine. His perfect partner. After the emotional crisis of his brief marriage to Melissa, Gordon had always thought the kind of relationship he had with Jasmine could only exist in the carefully scripted reality of film and television, where each person genuinely brings out the best in each other and happy endings abound. Penelope may first have experienced unconditional love with her childhood dog, Sheba, but it took Gordon his entire life, failed marriage with Melissa included, to learn what love truly meant when he finally met Jasmine. Most people tended to be put off by Gordon's peculiarities, making it rare to know someone long enough, or well enough, to foster a deep emotional connection. Jasmine had changed that. Jasmine saw Gordon for who he was, peculiarities and all. Jasmine accepted Gordon because Jasmine loved Gordon. Gordon was so wrapped up in this obsessive, cyclical thought pattern that his body moved on autopilot as they adjourned to just outside the barn, sitting around a smoldering fire pit, unnecessary as Florida's trademark heat had now warmed the day, and eating their veggie burgers. He watched without seeing as Penelope debated Malcolm about something. Before he knew it, the sun had shifted farther across the sky, and Gordon's burger was gone without so much as him tasting it. "Think, Gordon?" Penelope asked. Gordon realized she was asking him his opinion about something. What? The fucking Nazis marching at... Redacted. She repeated. Malcolm, the freedom fucker, doesn't seem to have a problem with it, because that's what you get with total freedom. Malcolm cut in, waving a half-empty beer bottle in the air. Hey, I am not condoning the racist fucks, but I sure as hell am not gonna stand in their way of expressing themselves. They're Nazis! Penelope yelled in the kind of exaggerated outrage close friends show one another. And because of the Nazis marching at... Redacted. As well as all over the rest of the fucking state because our wannabe fascist governor won't lift a single goddamn pudding finger. You know what? Fuck me and fuck that bag of cunts. He's no wannabe fascist. He is an actual, literal fascist. And that asshole is the exact reason so many of my LGBTQ friends have fled this state. Dude, people don't feel safe because they aren't safe, because we are years into a life-altering, if not ending, once-in-a-lifetime pandemic, and fucking Nazis are marching in the streets. Fuck! Malcolm shook his head. The Nazis aren't hurting anybody. They are a bunch of inbred whiteys cosplaying their dumb as shit racist heroes. And like it or not, it's still not illegal to be a brain-dead idiot. You're giving them way too much credit. Anarchy means self-governing, autonomous communities and the protection of individual freedom. Fuck you, Malcolm! Penelope laughed spitefully. Anarchy also means a rejection of government because all government is inherently violent. You know, inherently violent like racism, which Nazis are racist and violent. Even the cosplaying inbred ones. Gordo, back me up. Gordon choked just a little. I always thought anarchy was about chaos. Penelope and Malcolm both burst into laughter, which only made Gordon feel awkward and more than a little embarrassed. Malcolm leaned forward, his eyelids heavy from the joint he passed to Penelope. That is the biggest, baddest lie the corpo-capitalist pigs ever told. It's a myth, friend, a totally American invention, too, spread by capitalists to demonize anything that contradicts their precious religion. Everywhere else in the world, anarchy is fundamentally a pursuit of freedom through the rejection of authority figures that use violence in all its forms to control people. It's a voluntary association in the pursuit of mutually beneficial outcomes versus mandatory enslavement in all its forms, just so the fat pigs can get fucking fatter. It was Penelope's turn to lean forward and lecture. But there still has to be a moral good, and the moral good says Nazis are fucking bad. Malcolm threw his arms up, sloshing his beer. Oh, for fuck's sake! Morality is just another human-invented construct designed to make sense of a meaningless universe. Penelope barked a bitter laugh. A meaningless universe is fucking chaos, Malcolm! Are you for or against chaos now? Or is the wind blowing in the wrong direction? I am not for or against anything. That is the whole fucking point, friend. Penelope rage-screamed in Malcolm's face, sighed, and then turned to Gordon, ignoring Malcolm's laughter. All right, there you go, Gordo. Now, be honest. What do you think? Gordon looked from Penelope to Malcolm and then back again. What, do I, well, I guess, it's cool, Gordo. Penelope reassured him. You're not being graded. But you will be judged, viciously and with prejudice, Malcolm quipped, tipping back the last of his beer before fetching a fresh bottle. Being judged didn't bother Gordon. The comments section for his movie reviews on the redacted website was a cesspool of the worst kinds of judgment. He had developed a necessary thick skin against criticism and personal attacks, although that might have been as much for his day-to-day survival as it was for his chosen career. I think it kind of comes down to premise, you know? Gordon began, his voice low and soft. That's the, the foundation, the core. Everything grows from premise. And if our assumption about premise is incorrect, then, nothing really matters. Like, when I'm writing a film review, okay, there are a lot of things you can judge a film on, but for me, it's a question of whether or not the film delivers on its premise. So the question remains, what's the premise, right? Well, if it's an art house picture, maybe the premise is to deliver stunning visuals that elevate a meaningful message. In which case, story and action and special effects, those just don't factor into the premise. As a viewing audience, I want to see something visually beautiful, and I'm going to judge the film on those merits. On the other hand, when I'm watching a Jurassic Park movie or a crazy kaiju smash 'em up, I'm there for the dinosaurs or the giant monsters, as the case may be. So I'm judging the films on how well they deliver on the dinosaur and kaiju action, you know? And I don't particularly care if human characters are paper thin or the script isn't necessarily The Godfather. And then there's all those superhero films. That's the comparative review I'm working on right now. And what I think is happening is that the studio system that's producing these films have gotten so wrapped up in bigger budgets and bigger spectacle. Well, they've all but forgotten why people go to these pictures in the first place, because it's not about good-looking people in spandex beating up good-looking bad guys in Halloween masks. They're stories about humanity striving, reaching for its very best against all conceivable odds, trying to grab hold of a kind of idealism that is becoming harder and harder to find in the real world. But I think if we can be reminded of that idealism, that fundamental premise that humanity truly can be better, then maybe we can be reminded to be a little bit nicer to one another, a little more patient, a little more generous and understanding, a little more compassionate. And I'm not sure I know enough about anarchy to really offer an opinion, but Florida and the pandemic, gosh, and the Nazis? I mean, geez, really? I guess at the end of the day, with everything going on, and Jasmine and Mr. Fantastic, this is all great, really, guys, and I really appreciate all your hospitality, but, I'm just here for the ice cream. I mean, for today, at least. Tomorrow? Hey, I don't know, but today? Well, as long as I get my ice cream, I hope I might be okay. So, yeah, that's what I think. Chapter 16. Mint Chocolate Chip. Penelope's face was twisted in confusion, which only made Gordon more perplexed. Malcolm, who was descending into the depths of his own cross-faded swirl, looked back and forth between them, equally confused about whatever unspoken dialogue Penelope was trying to engage in. You guys have been silently staring at each other, really loudly for, a really long time, Malcolm said, leaning back in his chair and propping his feet up on the stone rim of the fire pit. Penelope ignored Malcolm. Gordon, you keep nodding at the barn, she said slowly. Gordon didn't know what to say. Yes? Of course. Every time he mentioned his ice cream from the Thunder Cone, he had nodded in the direction of the barn they were sitting outside of. Penelope shifted awkwardly. You put the ice cream inside the house, didn't you? The heat of the day, a dramatic, humid swing from the brisk cold of the morning, was suddenly pressing uncomfortably against Gordon's entire body. His robe felt several pounds heavier. Malcolm, he put it in a freezer in the barn." Penelope turned a slow, unpleasant gaze toward her pothead anarchist friend. He smiled at her, taking far too long to interpret her expression. Then his smile melted, like ice cream sitting in the Florida heat for nearly 2 hours. With slow, agonizing tension, Penelope's head pivoted back to Gordon. "Oh, Gordo." She looked like she was about to deliver tragic news about the death of a loved one. "That old fridge in the barn?" Gordon gulped. His chest tightened. "I use it to store dry food for the animals," she said. Reality had caught up to Malcolm. "Ah, fuck. My bad, friend." Gordon swallowed. He felt sick. "The only working freezer is in the house," Penelope said, nodding in the opposite direction. Another painful moment passed before Gordon shot to his feet as if a puppeteer had jerked his strings. He stood there for another second while Penelope's mouth moved even though no words came out. This couldn't be happening. Not after everything Gordon had gone through to get his mint chocolate chip ice cream, the green kind even. He entered the barn, moving with jerky, unsure steps. Behind him, Penelope slapped Malcolm upside the head before following Gordon. At the broken, puke-green refrigerator, Gordon pulled open the freezer door. He found himself praying for some kind of magical alternate universe where the ancient freezer still worked. Instead, stagnant, warm air moved in the wake of the freezer door. No magic here. No God to answer Gordon's prayer. The paper thunder cone bag sat in the middle of the stale freezer compartment. Gordon took the handles and pulled the bag out, his arm shaking with nervous, traumatic horror. Penelope stood beside him as he lifted the quart of ice cream from the bag. The sides of the carton were squishy. "Oh, Gordo." But he detected the faintest hint of cold in his fingertips. The integrity of the carton hadn't been broken, and the lid hadn't come off yet, trapping inside what little cold remained. "Oh, if we go right now," Gordon breathed, his chest rising and falling under the looming shadow of a panic attack. Penelope's eyes brightened. "Dude, we are good to go if you think." Gordon nodded rapidly, returning the carton of ice cream, such that it was, to the bag. Let's go. Yes, now, please." Penelope ran to the tiny electric car, pulled the charging cable, and hopped behind the wheel. Gordon continued moving in that jerky, broken puppet cadence, all while cradling his precious cargo like the patient on life support that it was. Before the passenger door could fully close behind Gordon, the car zipped out of the barn, careening around a corner, and racing to the gate at the entrance of the ranch. Minutes after clearing the long, unpaved road that connected Penelope's ranch with civilization, the tiny electric car came to an abrupt halt. They were stuck in bumper-to-bumper traffic because, of course, they were. Gordon wanted to scream. He wanted to punch something. The rage that boiled under his stoic exterior felt viral, a spreading infection that threatened to consume him. Between slow, stuttering breaths, Gordon said, would you, mind to turn the radio on? Anything, really. Penelope knew from high school that anything, really, wasn't at all accurate. Gordon had long been in the habit of using relaxing tones and mellow symphonic soundscapes, preferably with noise-canceling headphones, as a kind of break glass in case of emergency when the anxiety of his surroundings became too much to handle. She pointed at the dashboard in front of Gordon. "There's a cable in the glove box," she said. "You can hook up your phone." Despite how insignificant the task might have been, it was the perfect activity to distract himself from that overwhelming sense of rage and anxiety that was slowly filling Gordon up to his brim, his emotional drowning all but inevitable. After placing the ice cream at his feet, Gordon fumbled his phone out of his robe pocket and connected it to the vehicle's radio with the aux cable. He had pre-programmed playlists at his fingertips, and a moment later, a calming, cinematic ambiance from decades worth of film scores began playing from the tiny car's speakers. It might not have been the Galactic dream cone surprise of Journey of the Sorcerer, but it would have to do. Gordon focused on his breathing, while letting the instrumental music fill every corner of his brain, cutting off the mental oxygen that fueled the simmering rage anxiety. Penelope remained appropriately quiet as Gordon sank into his audiotherapy. One track ended, and another began. The minutes ticked by. Traffic moved an inch at a time. Gordon took intentional breaths in through his nose and out through his mouth. He tried to not think about how the minuscule electric car was completely surrounded by hundreds of tons of dumb steel, everyone pointlessly stuck in the growing heat of the day, unable to move forward, unable to go back, unable to find a way out of the gridlock. Gordon tried to not think about how many people in all of those vehicles that boxed him in were carrying a deadly virus, and how many of those vehicles had their windows open, spilling those viral-laden breaths into the open air where the slightest movement could send invisible particles of poison in through Gordon's own open window. He pressed a button on the door, and the passenger window rolled up. Gordon tried as hard as he could to not think about how suffocating this entire situation was. He tried to not think about how, if he had never left his house that morning, If Gordon had never gone on his stupid fucking quest for ice cream, he wouldn't even be here right now. Gordon, Penelope began apologetically. It's okay, he said quickly, not wanting to betray what a precarious place he was in both emotionally and mentally. Penelope took the hint. Music tracks rotated. She thumbed her phone. Hardly a dangerous habit if you weren't even moving. Oh, fuck, she said, skimming local news. Those goddamn Nazis are protesting again at Redacted. A whole section of I-4 got shut down. This gridlock is from the detoured traffic. Fucking Nazis. Fucking inbred, rage-bait, cosplaying white fanatics. Fucking anti-mask, anti-vax idiots spreading their do-your-own-research flat earth, screw science, the earth is only 4,000 years old ideologies. Fuck, fucking fuckity fuck, fuck! Penelope turned off the air conditioning, and the car immediately got warm. I'm sorry, Gordo. The AC is just draining the battery. Fuck, 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 fuck. Gordon reached down to his feet, slipping his hands into the Thundercone bag. He gently squeezed the sides of the ice cream. Oh, hold on! Penelope snapped, spinning the wheel and slamming the accelerator to slip into the tiniest gap between two tank-sized pickup trucks. The pint-sized electric smart car swerved into a narrow bike lane for a few hundred feet before turning into a gas station and pivoting down a side road. They were finally free from the gridlock. Hey, what did I say about being able to get out of tight spaces? Penelope said. I'd like to see any one of those road pig pickups try and pull that off. Police sirens yelped. Lights flashed behind them, and Penelope's victory melted instantly. Gordon's brain was so short-circuited that all he could do was breathe. Penelope pulled over, and as soon as the officer appeared at her window, she started talking. Look, officer, I know I made a few illegal maneuvers back there, but come on, at least I am actively contributing to thinning out that gridlock, right? Please exit the vehicle, ma'am. Oh, come on! Sitting in that traffic was tantamount to waterboarding. Ma'am, this isn't about the traffic. If you could just step out of the vehicle, please. You too, sir. Penelope and Gordon exchanged glances. Penelope's expression was confused. Gordon's expression was stoic on the verge of total meltdown. They got out of the car. Gordon clutched the bag with his ice cream. The officer turned Penelope around and immediately handcuffed her. A little pro tip. If you're going to commit acts of vandalism, your getaway car should probably be a little less conspicuous. The officer started around the rear of the car, coming for Gordon. As he went, he tapped the rear window, looking down at the empty paint cans Penelope used to deface the puppy mill storefront. You should get rid of the evidence, too. Hey! Penelope shouted. Okay, sure, yeah, you got me, but it was just me, right? I'm the one who vandalized the pet store. That guy? He had nothing to do with it. He's just a hitcher I was giving a ride to. The officer stopped and studied Gordon. He seemed put off by Gordon's robe. I met him at the park earlier today, Penelope insisted. He was taking photos of squirrels and needed a lift. And the pet store guy, right? He only saw me because I was the only one doing anything. Gordon, show him your phone. Penelope looked at the officer. He's just a guy taking pictures of squirrels. At first, Gordon was so flabbergasted by the whole situation that he had no idea what Penelope was telling him to do. On autopilot, he started leaning back into the car. The officer grabbed Gordon by the arm. "I'll get it, hotshot." The phone was on the passenger seat, still connected to the stereo cable. The officer unplugged the cable and handed the phone to a still confused Gordon. "Show him the picture, Gordo." The picture. The selfie. His white whale. The fattest squirrel Gordon had ever seen. Gordon opened his camera roll and tapped the very last thumbnail. The officer could plainly see Gordon in the same robe he was currently wearing, taking that dramatic selfie where he was looking in one direction and the fat squirrel, practically vertical with limbs outstretched, was flying behind Gordon's head in the opposite direction. The officer swiped up on the screen and looked at the date and time of the photo. He looked at Gordon, down to the Thundercone bag that had finally begun to leak melted green ice cream, and then shook his head. "I don't even want to know," the officer said. He pointed at the electric vehicle. "Look, the car stays here, but you're free to go. You..." The officer went back around the car and grabbed Penelope by her upper arm. "You're coming with me." Gordon stood on the side of the road, feeling like an idiot with his melting ice cream, watching as his best friend from high school was led to the police cruiser for the petty fucking vandalism of a piece of shit puppy mill. Penelope looked back at him. She lifted her shoulder helplessly. Whatever all this was, it was the best Penelope could do. It was all she could do. And despite the rage, anxiety, confusion, and general sense of total paralysis, a part of Gordon still understood everything Penelope had just done for him. He stood without moving a muscle as Penelope was put into the cruiser. The officer got behind the wheel. When they drove off, Gordon still hadn't so much as twitched. There was no longer any music to mark the passing minutes. Finally, Gordon pushed the passenger door of the tiny car shut. He turned toward the general direction of home and started walking. The life-changing mint chocolate chip ice cream was definitely ruined now. Chapter 17. Matcha Green Tea Ironic Swirl. Things couldn't have gotten any worse. Gordon was physically and mentally exhausted. He had already been walking for over an hour and still had about 10 miles left to go. Even with his mask, The mere notion of climbing into a rideshare where dozens of infected assholes had sat earlier in the day made Gordon nauseous. Mentally, Gordon was tapped out. Even as his brain continued to spin in self-destructive circles, he was tired of the incessant, obsessive rumination. How pointless the whole day had been. What was going to happen to Penelope, and should he have said something during her arrest? Would the police process her car before someone vandalized it or stole it, or worse? Would her animals back on the ranch be okay during her lockup with only the pothead anarchist, who, by the way, couldn't spot a broken freezer in a lineup consisting of a single broken freezer? Was Mr. Fantastic doing okay? It had been more than a year since Gordon had been away from the dog for so long, and he hoped Mr. Fantastic didn't feel like he had been abandoned. Gordon was so tired of the unchecked rumination that he found himself developing a deeper appreciation for the simplicity of his happy little backyard bubble. By living a simpler life inside the infection-friendly Florida, Gordon had inadvertently eliminated most sources of anxiety that would have otherwise relentlessly plagued him pre-pandemic. Those struggles would invariably sap his energy until, on the worst of days, all he could do was sit in a darkened, quiet room and wait for his depleted emotional batteries to slowly recharge. After transitioning to his bubbled lifestyle with Jasmine and Mr. Fantastic, Gordon realized he had gone so long without exhausting those emotional batteries that he had forgotten the anxieties and triggers and everyday struggles of pre-pandemic life, and that his own mental emotional inadequacies still lingered dormant in his brain, lying in wait, ready to unleash a suffocating fury at the first opportunity. With every step closer, Gordon was reminded of just how far away the safety of home really was. On the best of days, this would have been a struggle. Today, Gordon felt brittle and fragile. He felt like it would only take a single, minor, insignificant, additional crisis to push him all the way over the edge. It had been just that morning when Gordon was mellow, patient, and full of a stoic, measured calm, confident that in the end, things would eventually work out. It had been just that morning that Gordon felt like a normal person. It had been just that morning that, Florida pandemic aside and safely cocooned in his happy little backyard bubble, Gordon felt like he, at least somewhat, belonged in this world. It had been just that morning. And then Gordon just had to get an ice cream. And then, in the end, all the things went straight to hell. For some reason, he still clung to the handles of the blue paper thunder cone bag liquid green ice cream leaking from the corner and leaving a trail of melted tears in Gordon's wake. When he came across a gas station, he detoured from the sidewalk to pay his last respects to the ruined Thundercone order. He stood over a trash can that smelled like old hot dogs, Doritos, and spoiled milk. Gordon spared a thought for Kurt, his Thundercone ice cream hero, and how Gordon had refused the spooned sample of handmade green mint chocolate chip ice cream. A pleasure delayed was a pleasure savored. What a fool he had been! Gordon dropped the dripping bag in with the rest of the garbage. His heart sank even further, if that was even possible, as he continued to ruminate over how something so sweet and perfect and happy could so quickly become sour, stinking garbage. Things couldn't have gotten any worse. On the rare occasion that he came across another person walking alongside the traffic, Gordon veered far off the sidewalk to avoid any chance of potential cross-contamination. He traipsed through grass, slopes of drainage ditches, and other unwelcoming Florida terrain, the hem of his robe growing heavy with moisture and dirt. All the while, Gordon received odd or snarky or disturbed looks from his fellow pedestrians. Yes, Gordon just absolutely needed his ice cream, didn't he? He needed that perfect little distraction. He needed some kind of sign that everything really could be okay in the end, and god damn it, he absolutely fucking needed it to be mint chocolate chip. As Gordon walked, he realized that the ice cream, or rather his need for the ice cream, was no different than all the other forgotten anxieties waiting to strangle him. The need had always been there waiting. A need for hope. A need for happy. A need for the most profound kind of escape. But in the same way that his happy little backyard bubble had thwarted his other anxieties, Gordon's bubbled life had also, mostly, eliminated such a specific, fundamental need. A need that had since grown into a craving. Because everything was fine, right up to that proverbial event horizon where nothing would ever be fine again. And then the entire world fractures on its axis, and the need to escape, a craving for distraction, an obsession for something sweet and pleasant, becomes a fresh kind of suffocation that Gordon's anxieties could only aspire. A car horn beeped, startling Gordon from his dark, obsessive ruminations. He turned and saw a large, black SUV pulled to the side of the road just behind him. The driver waved at him from behind the wheel, Gordon blinked from the sunlight reflected off the windshield, and it took him a second to recognize the silver-haired woman driving the SUV. "Need a ride, kid?" Gloria asked when Gordon approached the passenger window. Gloria, what are you... How did... Gloria waved him to the back door. "Go on, get in the back. I've been at the hospital all day. You don't want to ride up here." For once, Gordon was thankful for his body's autopilot, climbing him into the back seat wordlessly because he didn't have the emotional bandwidth to even begin to express his gratitude, his sorrow, his anger, his utter loss. While Gloria was focused on merging back into the flow of traffic, Gordon blinked his reddening eyes, desperately trying to keep his boiling emotional state from spilling over. Breathe. Just breathe. Get home. Just breathe and get home. I saw your robe and thought, no, that couldn't possibly be Gordon. But here you are. What all happened that left you strolling your way home? Gordon rolled his window down, buying himself another second to shore up his emotions. Thank you, Gloria. Things haven't gone too well. What happened with your son? Gordon said, changing the subject in a desperate attempt to avoid talking. Gloria let out a heavy sigh. He's stabilized, for now, but the outlook hasn't changed. But you know what? Gordon caught her gaze through the rearview mirror. Gloria's eyes had brightened considerably. She didn't notice Gordon's own red-rimmed eyes. My granddaughter? Of course, yes, this whole thing is a terrible situation. Her father is on a ventilator, they're all stuck in Florida, and family vacation is ruined. But, Gordon, would you believe me if I told you she was actually wearing a mask? And not just one of those useless surgical masks either. She had been masked the whole time. Masking since the very start of the pandemic. She even told me that she had managed to get vaccinated 3 times without her parents knowing about it. You know, I can't even imagine. Wow. Gordon struggled for words. That's, I'm happy for you. That she sounds like special. Gloria smiled, still unaware of just how close to the edge Gordon was. Oh, she really is, and the orange sherbet, she loved it. We found a secluded spot outside to share it. We talked for a few hours. Her mother, total controlling bitch who, of course, was hacking and wheezing the whole entire time. Everyone was fighting with her to put on a goddamn mask. I told my granddaughter, I told her she would always have a place to stay with me, no matter what. I think that meant a lot to her. Gloria nodded slowly, no doubt conflicted by the experience of reconnecting with her granddaughter while her son lay tragically at death's door. She shook her head, dismissing her own dark rumination to focus on the present. What about you, Gordon? Did you get your ice cream? It was Gordon's turn to let out a heavy sigh, which trembled from frayed and exhausted nerves. No. Well, I mean, yes, but mm, things didn't work out. Everything melted, and well, I just want to get home, you know? Gloria looked over her shoulder at Gordon, her brows knitted together in concern. She finally noticed the growing crack in Gordon's stoic facade. Oh, dear, I am so sorry, Gordon. You've been out all day. That must be horrible. Gordon neither had the emotional fortitude to put into words just how horrible it was, nor did the still rational part of his brain want to burden his friend with the crisis his day had dissolved into. No, not great, but the important thing, really, I just need to get home. I have to. Jasmine, Gordon, Gloria said firmly. Turn around and check the cooler. Gordon remembered that morning when Gloria had stashed her orange creamsicle sherbet in one of two coolers she kept in the back of the SUV. What do you, Do as you are told, all right? Autopilot took over again, and Gordon twisted in his seat. He reached into the back and lifted the lid of the cooler, staring wordlessly. The autopilot seized, and the roiling sea of emotions surged. He couldn't help it when a lump formed in his throat, and when the tears finally spilled over, Gordon couldn't help that either. Course, I wasn't expecting to see you again, but all that talk about ice cream and mint chocolate chip, Gloria was saying from the front of the vehicle. Her voice was almost muted to Gordon's ears as all those metaphorical waves crashed into him. And it was just so lovely getting to meet you, and well, then my granddaughter, well, I just had to swing by the Thunder Cone on my way home. Gordon, please, you are absolutely welcome to any of them. A tear rolled all the way down Gordon's cheek. It fell from his face, splashing into the cooler, full of the Thunder Cone's finest ice cream. Chapter 18. Black Raspberry and Dark Chocolate. Despite her hospital visit, Gordon and Gloria still hugged in the driveway of Gordon and Jasmine's home. They stayed masked, which was the only way either of them could justify how long they'd lingered in the embrace. All told, it was only a handful of moments. Still, for the two new friends, both enduring their own emotional exhaustion, each additional second in the embrace felt like a flirt with danger as much as a desperately needed physical connection with another human. When Gordon waved goodbye to Gloria, he held a single carton of freezing cold, mint chocolate chip Thunder Cone ice cream. The green kind, because apparently the guy working the counter was feeling adventurous, and he told Gloria that he was breaking every rule in the Thunder Cone manual, but green mint chocolate chip just felt right. Gloria's Thunder Cone hero had called it the Wegner Special, so she had her suspicions, that it was the good stuff. Because, of course it was. Gloria insisted Gordon take more from her ice cream stash, but he refused. One was all he had ever needed. As the heat of the day began to wane, Gordon stood with the cold carton of ice cream chilling his hands, watching as Gloria drove away in her giant black SUV. When she rounded the bend and disappeared, Gordon turned to his front door, unlocked it, and went inside. Finally, home again. Mr. Fantastic flew into an energetic frenzy that was entirely out of place for the old dachshund. Gordon set his ice cream on the entryway table before sinking to his knees. Mr. Fantastic jumped up and down, covering Gordon's face with licks. Gordon wrapped his arms around his four-legged friend. "Oh, I missed you too, buddy. I'm so sorry for being gone so long. Let's get you out back, okay?" At the words, "out back," Mr. Fantastic froze and stared at Gordon, cocking his head sideways, giant ears flopping. Gordon stood, and the dog darted for the back of the house. After placing the ice cream in the freezer, which was definitely working, Gordon double-checked, Mr. Fantastic was secured on his 50-foot lead and let loose in the backyard. Gordon stood on the porch, the first hints of a cold evening brushing across his skin. He watched as Mr. Fantastic chased after the day's smells, pausing only to relieve himself against his favorite tree. Mr. Fantastic was here, and over there, too. And then, possessed by a kind of reverse energy demon, the aged dachshund exploded into zoomies, darting manic figure eights throughout the backyard, rolling and somersaulting like a dog 8 or 10 years younger. A faint smile pulled at Gordon's lips. How could he not smile? There was no purer dopamine hit, no better guarantee of happiness than witnessing a dog lost in the throes of unfiltered joy. And, for that matter, just how great was it to be a dog, to simply exist, to not worry about work or money or clothes or anything other than, is my person here? Good. Let's eat. Let's play. Let's sleep. Gordon focused on his breathing. The ice cream had been, miraculously, secured. He was back in the warm embrace of his happy little backyard bubble. He had Mr. Fantastic. Gordon resisted the pull to step inside and check on Jasmine. It was a trained behavior, a Pavlovian response, an instinct that no longer applied. Gordon wanted this quiet moment of peace to last just a little longer, and he knew, despite the pull, despite the instinct, he didn't really need to check on Jasmine. That was the whole point of the ice cream. That was the whole damn point of the whole damn day. Mr. Fantastic puttered to a stop and looked back at the porch to make sure Gordon was still there. Then the dog began searching the yard until he found his stick, which he immediately brought to Gordon because Gordon looked like he was in need of a good stick throw. As they proceeded in the age-old ritual of fetch, Gordon thought about how ice cream was the closest he could ever get to such canine levels of Zen-like simplicity. It was the only food that really transported Gordon, allowing him to slip into a timeless existence with every creamy spoonful. It was a timeless existence that Gordon was desperate to lose himself in. Forever, preferably, lactose intolerance be damned. Of course, Gordon still had a fine appreciation for what the world had to offer. It had given him mint chocolate chip ice cream after all. His happy little backyard bubble, Mr. Fantastic, Jasmine, Gloria, Penelope, cell phone photos of squirrels. People like Kurt and the subsequent validation of Gordon's writing and creative work. But, as the day had already proven, all the negative bits the world had to offer had a way of piling up, compounding, and overwhelming Gordon's stoic constitution. The pandemic, strangers, indoor spaces with poor ventilation, the growing stupidification and intolerance of society at large, Florida's people-hating politics and the politics of hating people in Florida, Nazis, redacted, Nazis at redacted, as tacitly supported and encouraged by Florida's people-hating politics. The absolute total vacuum of compassion Gordon felt himself suffocating inside of whenever he ventured beyond his bubble. And had his journey outside the bubble been worth it? Had all the risk, all the frustration, all the emotional exhaustion been worth it? It almost hadn't. But with a tub of ice cream secure in his freezer, Gordon was now more confident in his decision than ever. He needed that ice cream. He needed the distraction. With a low growl, Mr. Fantastic snapped into guard dog mode, his long body tensing and straightening, a hunter's gaze locking on a furry shape that moved on the opposite bank of the pond. It was a bobcat. Gordon and Jasmine had first begun noticing it a few months earlier. Like the native alligators and large predatory birds, the bobcat represented another danger to small, domestic pets like Mr. Fantastic. Even with a whole body of water negating any actual threat, Gordon still grabbed the 50-foot lead, drawing Mr. Fantastic back to the relative safety of the porch. Yes, danger lurked. Also, yes, Gordon was overprotective. But no one could ever accuse him of ignoring or minimizing the danger. Energy spent, Mr. Fantastic found his way to his heating pad, happy to begin a long recharging process. From the porch table, Gordon's phone haunted him, not because of the photos it contained or the toxic comments that had undoubtedly been posted throughout the day on his redacted articles or even the fresh phone numbers it held to new and old friends alike. Gordon's phone haunted him because there was still one more thing he had to do before the day ended. It was the thing that had driven him out the door in the first place, the thing that demanded the triage of necessary distractions and emergency ice cream. It was the thing that was so unavoidable, so impossible, so absolutely devastating that Gordon had no idea what he would do afterward. He didn't know if he would be capable of doing anything, which was why the best he could think of was ice cream. Because he didn't have to think about it. He would make his call, and then ice cream. Because he needed a timeless moment, and nothing else mattered. Because everything was fine, right up to the moment when nothing would ever be fine again. Gordon eased into his chair, reluctantly picking up his haunted phone. It suddenly felt heavier than it had the entire day when it awkwardly weighed down his robe pocket. Sensing the shift in his person's mood, Mr. Fantastic dropped his head against Gordon's feet. Because dogs know. They always do. Since seeing Gloria's cooler full of ice cream, Gordon's volatile emotions had eased, his internal storm calming just enough so that now, as he held his phone, Gordon could feel a fresh surge of angry reprisal. His throat tightened and his face grew hot. Gordon blinked as his eyes began to tingle. He unlocked his phone and tapped the dialer. Fresh tears spilled from reddened eyes. Gordon struggled to steady his breathing. Perhaps his happy little distraction, that mint chocolate chip, would be too happy. Perhaps Gordon didn't deserve it. With a deep, soul-expelling sigh, Gordon tapped 3 numbers into the dialer. Without moving his head, Mr. Fantastic looked up at his person, his brows lifting and those big brown eyes filling with a deep, pure, compassionate empathy that only animals can provide. 911, what's the location of your emergency? Chapter 19. Hand-Churned Jasmine Boba. If you intended to call 911, please stay on the line. Are you in immediate danger? Can you speak? Of all the times Gordon had struggled to talk throughout the day, this was the worst. His vocabulary failed. His biology failed. His tongue was numb and useless, while his throat constricted and hiccuped. Gordon wiped at his eyes as he tried to focus his breathing, gasping loudly into the phone. Take your time, I'm right here. I'm pulling up your location now. Can you tell me where you're hurt? Gordon wheezed out a breath and finally spoke. I'm fine. Okay, sir, this is an emergency line. Is there an... It's my wife, Gordon blurted out. His voice shuddered. He sniffled. Jasmine was my wife. She was... Gordon broke again as the operator began to grasp the nature of the call. They held the line and waited patiently. She had COVID. Gordon finally managed to get out. Okay, is she breathing? Oh, no. It was months ago, Gordon said. Almost a year now, but she was suffering. Almost, it was, she's so strong, was strong. Gordon sobbed. The operator waited. But it, Sir. God, it was too much for her, Gordon said, his head rolling side to side. Every day she just... There was one complication after another, and she never just... She couldn't bounce back. Gordon struggled to keep the phone to his ear, hunching over as the pain of this unspeakable reality, a reality he struggled to avoid for so long, racked his body. He felt he owed it to Jasmine to make sure the operator understood how she justified what she did. How that, after all this time and after losing so much hope, she had been left with only one option. There was no more happy left for Jasmine. There were no happy little distractions to whisk her away from the constant, painful, degrading impact of her condition. In the end, there was no amount of ice cream that could provide any relief. They had been to doctors. They had tried medications and therapy, both Western and holistic, but there had been no answers, no solutions to combat the virus that had wreaked havoc on her organs, her brain, her soul. She was his wife, his friend, his partner in the most profound sense of the word. Jasmine was Gordon's everything, and he needed the operator to understand. It wasn't imaginary. It wasn't just in Jasmine's head. Yes, There was cognitive impairment, brain fog that would often escalate into long periods of disassociation where Jasmine wasn't entirely sure who or where she was. Myalgic encephalomyelitis and chronic fatigue syndrome, known as ME/CFS, was a catch-all diagnosis for her exhaustion. But simply calling it exhaustion betrayed the true gravity. There were days, especially towards the end, when simple activities like going to the bathroom took more effort than Jasmine had to give. She hadn't been able to catch her breath in months. The neurological impacts affected her taste and smell, and her gut rebelled against everything she ate. She had begun to disappear right before Gordon's eyes. Her bones became visible, poking further and further from ashen skin. There were other symptoms. Dysautonomia was another catch-all diagnosis for when the autonomic body processes became disrupted. It included migraines, bipolar-like mood swings, constant blurry vision, vertigo, and dramatic changes in body temperature. Paranoia, tremors, tinnitus. It got worse with anhedonia, a condition defined by Jasmine's inability to experience joy or pleasure or happiness. It caught them both by surprise when not even Mr. Fantastic could inspire her interest. Until they finally realized it was yet another symptom of long COVID, Gordon even worried that he himself was the problem. But Gordon was never the problem, and he did everything in his power to care for and support Jasmine. With a doctor's note, Jasmine transitioned to a fully remote position with redacted, but even that wasn't enough to lower the physical and mental stress a full-time career had on her weakened and growing weaker body and mind. Eventually, after using up her sick time, she went on medical leave. Jasmine's family was already incensed by the Wegners' bubbled and pandemic-safe lifestyle. The extended family had been almost entirely cut off for not adhering to simple masking and testing requests for visits, and their toxic insistence that Jasmine's prolonged illness and subsequent disability had been, quote, all in her head, unquote. After all, Jasmine's whole family had gotten COVID multiple times, and none of them ever had any long-term symptoms. At least, not that they would admit to. Because minimizers minimize. The lost connection with her parents and siblings had been bad enough. The shocking lack of empathy and compassion made it so much worse. That these people, her own flesh and blood family, were incapable of even faking sympathy was the bitter icing on Jasmine's unwanted cake of estrangement. And then, as the months progressed and Jasmine's light dimmed further, the mental toll finally resulted in a PTSD diagnosis. long before Gordon could ever comprehend how their story would end, Jasmine already knew she wasn't going to miraculously get better. She knew there was no going back. After nearly a year of questioning and struggling and suffering, Jasmine finally told Gordon what it was she needed to say. They fought for weeks. They talked through every angle. They called the hotlines, both together and separately. They fought until the fights melted into tears. And then they just cried together because after all that time, there was nothing else left to do. As much as Gordon needed the 911 operator to understand, Jasmine also needed Gordon to understand. She needed him to understand that even if he could move the stars in the sky, he still couldn't do anything to help her. There was just one thing she needed from him, and that was what kept her holding on. The cycle of fighting and debating and crying continued. She was his everything. How could she ask this of him? Worse, how could he keep going without her? Mr. Fantastic, Jasmine told him. He needed Gordon and Gordon needed him. Gordon told her that Mr. Fantastic needed her. Wasn't that enough? Wasn't it enough that Gordon needed her? She responded, if every minute of every day is spent suffering, if I'm never going to get better, and if we don't ever get our life together back, is that really enough? He told her she didn't know that she wouldn't get better. She told him she was tired of waiting. She was tired of everything. Fight, debate, cry, until finally Gordon did the only thing he could do for Jasmine. Gordon gave her his permission. He said it was okay. He said that if this was what she needed, if this truly was her final solution, then okay. He said he wouldn't be okay, not for a long, long time, but he would be okay eventually, for no other reason than that he knew she wouldn't be suffering anymore. So he said, okay. Because after all the fighting and debating and crying, there wasn't anything else left to say. After all the hospitals and doctors and medicines and remedies and hotlines and online forums, there wasn't anything else left to do. There wasn't anything else Gordon could do, because there wasn't anything else Jasmine could do. Between painful sobs that shook his body, Gordon did his best to explain to the 911 operator that his wife, Jasmine Wegner, his beloved in every goddamn fucking sense of the word, had suffered for nearly a year from an exhaustive list of complications that had stemmed from a mild infection of COVID. Because of their bubbled lifestyle, they were confident she caught the virus while randomly crossing paths with someone in a parking garage. And the only reason Jasmine had been in the parking garage in the first place was because of an obviously idiotic return to office push by Redacted that was later abandoned completely. To the best of his dwindling ability, Gordon explained to the 911 operator that Jasmine Wegner had ended her life sometime in the last 12 to 18 hours. Chapter 20. Mint Chocolate Chip Redux. Nothing Gordon had experienced that day came close to the total mind, body, soul exhaustion he felt after finally getting through the entirety of his story, explaining and justifying Jasmine's decision to the 911 operator. He wanted to crawl into a hole and hibernate for the next decade, emerging to a world no longer under siege by a virus and human stupidity, no longer void of empathy and compassion. If nothing else, Gordon simply wanted this day to be done. It wasn't much, but he still needed to do a few small things. Emergency services were dispatched, and the 911 operator asked Gordon to stay on the phone while the operator read from a prepared script for suicide risk. Without hanging up, Gordon placed his phone down on the porch table. The operator's voice sounded small and tinny from the earpiece. Feeling weak and unsteady, Gordon braced his hands on the arms of the chair and pushed himself to his feet. Mr. Fantastic looked up from his heating pad as Gordon just stood there for a moment, a wave of dizziness darkening his vision. His head swam with grief, and lingering sobs continued to seize his chest, adding to that terrible sense of drowning. Breathe. Just breathe. When he felt stable enough to move, Gordon relinquished himself to the same autopilot that maneuvered him into Gloria's SUV, an essential coping mechanism that allowed his brain to begin shutting down, folding in on itself, and burrowing into a dark, quiet place where it could start the slow process of healing. Gordon stepped into the house and moved autonomously from space to space and room to room. He started at the master bedroom, pushing the door open without looking inside. There was a shape on the bed under the covers. But it wasn't Jasmine. It couldn't be. and Gordon would could never comprehend that the body in the bed belonged to his beloved. She had already left. Hours and hours ago. The shape on the bed, that formless anomaly, was just a thing for someone else to deal with. With the master bedroom door open, Gordon continued moving through the home he had made and shared with Jasmine. There wasn't a detail on a wall or a counter or a table that didn't remind him of her. He walked down the entry hallway, unlocked the front door, and pulled it open a crack. He went back down the hallway and turned to the kitchen. He opened the utensil drawer and withdrew a small spoon. He liked the small spoons because they forced him to be slow and methodical, savoring the treat. At the freezer, Gordon pulled out the carton of Thunder Cone ice cream. Unlike the last time he pulled ice cream from a freezer, this one was still frozen. On his way to the sliding glass door, Gordon pocketed the essential dairy pills that allowed his sensitive gut to digest the lactose in the ice cream. Gordon stepped back onto the porch. He returned to his chair, and Mr. Fantastic returned his head to Gordon's feet. Because dogs know. They always do. Tinny and distant, the 911 operator continued talking through the script, buzzing about grief and trauma, all while dancing carefully around the suicide talking points. Gordon didn't hear any of it. The autopilot was in control. He pulled the lid off the carton, exposing rich green ice cream flecked with chunks of chocolate. This was it. This was the moment. The moment Gordon wanted to lose himself in forever and ever and always, never again plagued by even an iota of anxiety. It was a moment where there was no longer a Gordon Wegner. There was no Mr. Fantastic, no 911, and certainly no Jasmine Wegner, alive or dead or otherwise. It was a moment where there was nothing but mint chocolate chip ice cream. Civilizations would rise and fall. Planets would dissolve into the cosmos, and the universe itself would become a fleeting moment of frozen dairy flavored with mint and flecked with chocolate. In this moment, nothing mattered. Not anymore. The world was set on fire, and the course of humanity was altered by its inability to manage public health. Gordon's heart was ripped from his chest and shredded into pieces by the worst trauma a person could endure, never to be reassembled, never to be whole again. But the ice cream didn't care. In this moment, the ice cream was unaffected. Gordon licked the residue from the underside of the lid, and his brain, already detached from reality, was instantly transported to another plane of existence. Mint flavor exploded across his taste buds. His jaw muscles tingled. He set the lid aside, popped a dairy pill, and took the spoon. Frozen dairy perfection. Sweet and crunchy chips of chocolate. Creamy delight melted on his tongue. Emergency sirens rose in the distance, but even as they grew closer, Gordon didn't hear them. When the 911 operator began asking questions in that tinny, far-off voice, Gordon didn't hear that either. When paramedics came in through the front door, calling out and announcing their arrival, Gordon didn't hear them. They pushed through the house until they found the master bedroom, but Gordon didn't hear any of the activity or noise from the equipment. Gordon Wegner drifted farther away, carried off by the mint chocolate chip ice cream Gloria had so generously provided. She had no idea what it meant to him. Not really. She had no idea just how grateful Gordon was to her. Because instead of the reality Gordon so desperately wanted, a reality where, redacted, had never tried to close the work-from-home Pandora's box the pandemic had opened, or a reality where public health had actually been prioritized over the greed of those soulless corpo-capitalist pigs, or a reality where a pandemic had never happened in the first place. Instead of what Gordon really wanted, a carton of mint chocolate chip ice cream was everything Gordon needed. And in that moment, a brief, blissful, infinite moment, Gordon Wegner was wholly outside of himself, lost in those cosmos of a milky, minty way galaxy, crunchy chocolate stars dotting the expanse as far as his eyes could see. His very own galactic dream cone surprise. Of course, the moment wouldn't last forever, because nothing lasts forever. Just like beginnings, everything ends. But no matter the timing, the moment would be long enough. It had to be. And in that moment, Gordon Wegner would find the courage to face the moment that came next. And then the moment after that. Mr. Fantastic chuffed at Gordon's feet. Gordon ate his ice cream. A chill crept back into the air. The end. Author's note. I am afraid this might be one of my shortest codas. Between the foreword and the novella's actual subject matter, I feel like I said everything I needed to say. I left absolutely everything on the table. The main thing left to do is to thank you, my listener, for spending your valuable time with this story. Although I spent a year authoring it, there are so many details, especially towards the end, that I claim zero ownership of. The lived experiences of those suffering from COVID, long COVID, and the loss of loved ones, these experiences and stories belong to everyone, both directly and indirectly. Please, if you take one thing away from this story, it's to be empathetic and compassionate to the people around you. Maybe that means putting a mask back on, getting vaccinated again, or even just dialing down the rhetoric and judgment. People are suffering. People will continue to suffer. Long-term repeat infections are destroying immune systems across the global population, which is making actual trivial things like the common cold a potentially life or death infection. It will get worse before it gets better. But as we have seen so many times, if it doesn't affect a person directly, it's easy to minimize, trivialize, and dismiss. We can be better than that. We need to be better than that. Once again, thank you so much for spending your time with this story. If it had an impact on you, please leave a review, leave a comment below, go onto Goodreads, Apple, or Amazon. Those are ideal places. I am an independent, self-published author who produces his own audiobooks for distribution right here on YouTube. If you have enjoyed my writing, please visit emergencycreative.com for more of my novels, audiobooks, and other creative projects. Stay safe and enjoy some mint chocolate chip ice cream. The green kind, obviously. Jordan Crumbine, Kissimmee, Florida, April 2024.